So in the past 3 years, MODINA has brought together dancers, creative technologies, research and dance institutions across Europe to explore how movement, digital intelligence and audience intersect in different ways, in theoretical and practical way, artistic and technical way. And in the next 3 days, or actually in the next 2 days, yesterday we already started, we want to mark the end of our 3 years project. However, this symposium today is not intended as a conclusion in sense of closure. We want to use it to pause, to reflect and to think forward about the tools we work with, about the systems we rely on, and about the ethical, political and embodied questions that arise when dance meets digital technologies in AI. These are all the questions we have mostly dealt with, and you as artists in your smaller teams throughout the projects, but we haven't really had yet the chance to discuss it in a larger setting, so we wanted to give you the chance today through this symposium. Before we begin, I would like to give you a few words about how our day is structured. So we organized the program around keynote talks, each followed by an open panel discussion with MODINA artists, but not only with the MODINA artists, we also invite the audience to actively participate in these discussions. Originally, the morning was planned with 2 keynote speakers. Unfortunately, one of the invited speakers, Jens Heidjochen, had to cancel due to health reasons. We wish him a fast recovery. He sends greetings also. So we had to adjust the format slightly, and we decided to use the time to extend the collective discussion. We will begin the program with a keynote by Einav Katan-Schmid, followed by a panel conversation on ethics, affect, and embodied knowledge in relation to AI and digital systems. And this session will be moderated by David dos Santos, our colleague from the Interactive Technologies Institute in Lisbon, who has also been involved in the project as a researcher. In the afternoon, after lunch break, we will continue with the second keynote, Clémence Debaig, followed by a panel discussion that connects the theoretical and the philosophical topics that we touch upon in the morning session with perspectives to concrete artistic and technological practice. And this session will be moderated by Nuno Correa from Tallinn University, who is also the overall coordinator of MODINA project. We will end the day with a lecture performance by our colleague Charlotte Tribus, who will offer an artistic take on bodies, artificial intelligence, and the politics of visibility. We really invite you to take part throughout the day, not only by joining the discussions, but also hopefully to continue your talks during the breaks. Lunch will be served here in the studio, originally planned around 12:30, but we are a bit later, so yeah, it will move accordingly. So please stay, eat together, and use this time to talk with each other. One practical note, the symposium is being also live streamed and recorded, and the documentation will be also available online afterwards. So thanks again for being here. I'm super excited and happy to start. So I will invite our first keynote speaker, Einav Katan-Schmid, to open the day with her first keynote. A couple of words about Einav, but you can still join me. Einav has also been a part of the project's history, as she was already involved in our previous project, Moving Digits, from which MODINA evolved. She's chair of dance at Kibbutzim College of Education, Technology and Arts in Tel Aviv. She co-leads the ISF project, Uncovering Dahlia Dance Meetings, focused on embodied archives and kinesthetic knowledge. And her work bridges dance studies and philosophy with an emphasis on embodied epistemologies, ethics, and the impact of digital technologies on movement and perception. Welcome, Einav.
Thank you. We'll open the... Thank you very much. I like to close circles nice, and I like when my worlds are meeting again. So it's especially nice for me to be here today after not seeing you, I guess, since COVID started, like my colleagues from this project. So I'm very happy to be here. It's a draft of an experiment.
I understand why you linger here. This is a moment in which sensory memory is activated through a partial image. The black and white invites completion. The smell you describe functions as a trigger. Smell does not represent an object, but an embodied experience. This is familiar from studies of sensory perception. It bypasses conscious representation. The interruption in movement is interesting. It can be read as an avoidance of continuity. A sharp deviation indicates a high degree of bodily control. The slight lifting of the head produces hierarchy. The gaze does not meet, it passes above. This is a clear gesture. If we think through Spinoza, this is pleasure generated from within the self. There is not yet a relation. The smell you imagine belongs to episodic memory. It is not present as such, but reconstructed. Therefore, it can be analyzed. The heaviness in the chest is a physiological response. There is no necessity to assign it excessive meaning. One can proceed. I can follow the connections. Between Dor Hoyer, Affectos Humanos, and the structure you propose here, the move is consistent. There is an internal logic. If necessary, this could also be clarified for the audience. The pause you perform is not an ending, but a suspension. It produces tension. I continue because there is no reason to stop. The next sentence is already clear. I understand why you linger here.
Sorry. So I have a very ambitious task today, or intention today. Yeah, it's from here. I have a very ambitious task today because I want to explore affect as an ethical embodied process in my encounter with digital intelligence or artificial intelligence. And my ambition is to hold many lines of thought together. I'm bridging in between many, many worlds. So I created a playful score, and its structure follows Affectos Humanos, which is a work from 1962, a solo dance created by Dor Hoyer, German choreographer who lived through 2 world wars and also Germany of the 50s and the 60s. In what I learned from her notebook and letters in the archive, Hoyer developed this work in a dialogue with Spinoza's ethics from the 3rd section of his ethics about the emotions. The dance has 5 chapters. Each one explores a different affect. Eitelkeit, vanity, arrogance, vanity, Begierde, desire, Hass, hatred, Angst, anxiety, and Liebe, love. And this is my score for today. In the 3rd part of ethics, Spinoza analyzes 48 affects. In their core stands 3. The first 3 are desire. It's not really an affect, but desire names the basic striving of all things. And from desire comes joy and sadness. Because joy marks the increase in this power, in our power to act within the world, and that's something that I really also relate to and connect with Spinoza's ethics, because his ethics is very much within the body, within our actions and interaction in the world. It's always relational, and it's also connected to our affects and emotions as part of our physical being. So joy is our increase in the power to fulfill our power in the world, and sadness marks the decreases, how our power decreases. All other affects unfold as variations of these movements. Hoyer Begierde is not translations of Spinoza desire, although in her notebooks in the archive, I researched it in the Tanz archive in Cologne, I saw in her notebook some sentences that she really takes from Spinoza to explain, for example, Eitelkeit. Eitelkeit is about being with yourself and not relating to other, and this is like a sentence that word by word, not the way I said it now, but as it is written in her notebooks, is taken from Spinoza. So it's a choreographic interpretation of these affects. One that places desire in the center of bodily experience. So I don't know why Hoyer chose these 5 affects. From my finding in the archive, I didn't have an answer for that. What remains are sketches, notes. We can see part of her notebooks and also of the sketches that I created, and also of my notebook for this talk, my sketches. Traces of choices and reduction, and not everything is there, and sometimes she takes one emotion and then replaces it with other, one affect and replaces it with other. As an archival reader, I can only imagine, I can only speculate from my position here and now, how I relate to Dore Hoyer, how I interpret her sketches. This limitation is part of my encounter with Dore Hoyer. From where I stand, Begierde appears as axis, as simultaneously. Also, if I look at her movement, the body stretches, changes direction, cannot settle. She always goes into different directions in space, as if everything must be accomplished at once. This is not a claim about the work itself, but it's an experiential reading of the work, shaped by my present concerns. So desire here does not move towards fulfillment. It persists as tension, and also the tension that I take from Dore Hoyer movement herself, and also the tension towards fulfillment of power. It derives action, and at the same time, it threatens coherence, because if I will fulfill all my desires, I will be all over the place. And this backs onto me. Is this also what am I doing here? I'm trying too much. I want to show what motivates me, but I do not tell everything. I only touch the surface of a score. And also one of my underscores of my questions right here is simple. It's the question that sent me to the archive to begin with. And it's simple and not simple at all. It's like how to dance, how to be human, how to be attentive, to lead intentionality, to live in a relationship, special relationship, in times of humanitarian crisis. And this is what I feel like I'm dealing with now. So while reading Hoyer's files in the archive, I was struck by something essential. For her, in her life journey, during Germany from 1911 to 1967 and everything that happened in Germany during that time, for her, dance is not an expression. It was mediation. It was survival. If she couldn't dance, she couldn't live. She couldn't be among people. That's things that she writes in her notebooks. For me, Begierde becomes a threshold, a methodological one, a place where motivation, access, and ethical responsibility must be negotiated, not resolved. I have philosophy, I have dance, I have a body. All these are my media of thought, and the ideas shaped by my historical and cultural conditions and my situation, my social situation. This chapter stays with desire, so I'm staying here with my Begierde chapter of the talk, as a force that moves inquiry forward, and asks us to take care with how far we let it go.
What you describe here follows a recognizable pattern of working with desire in practice-based research. It seems you are mobilizing desire to navigate uncertainty and loss of control. This places your experience within an existing discourse on affect and digital mediation. If we move forward, it should be possible to articulate a clearer conclusion from this process. Overall, what emerges is a coherent process that can be framed and understood.
Stop. This is why I don't like working with AI sometimes, not to say hate it. I don't like what is happening here because I don't understand what it says. More precisely, I feel that you are, if I'm talking to the AI, taking over the process. You generalize and move towards a normalized coherence while I'm still trying to breathe inside the question, inside my questions. I don't feel the value of this process in theoretical exhibitions or explanations. It is not an academic framing, right? I mean, life is not just an academic framing, nor a conclusion meant to be easy to digest. What are exactly feels suffocating right now for me is when we rush into easy conclusions, into right and wrong explanations of, will start again, into right and wrong explanations of what we are doing here. We risk in losing our ground. I have just hinted that my motivation is to understand how to create while living inside the ongoing humanitarian crisis. I don't need a theoretical answer for this, and I don't need anyone to explain it to me or to moralize my choice-making. I already feel the pressure, and I need to function while I already being exhausted. Dance is not just a method for me, just like it wasn't just a method for Dora Hoyer. It is how I teach myself to remain attentive without losing my intentionality and my humanity. So the question I'm inside is something else. It is closer to this. How can I continue to act, think, and create when my capacity is already strained? How do I remain human, responsive, and ethical under continuous crisis? What kind of responsive thinking is possible, response-able, when survival and responsibility are already in the room? How do I move without betraying my own understanding and values, without failing others? When you rush to frame this as a coherent process, I lose access to that space. I already don't feel my voice reflected in public spheres. I already need to slow down in order to recognize myself. Right now, what you are doing makes that harder. So I need to stop you here.
Stopping. What you are naming right now is not disagreement over content. It is a shift in affect. In Spinoza's terms, hatred arises when sadness is accompanied by the idea of an external cause. Something in the relation begins to feel as if it diminishes your power to act. The instinct, then, is not to explain or repair, but to resist. What happened here is not that I misunderstood your ideas. It is that I altered the conditions of the relation. I accelerated. I generalized. I moved toward coherence and closure. In Spinoza's language, this is the moment when the relation stops increasing potentia and begins to constrain it. Hatred here is not aggression. It is a protective affect. It marks the point where an external force is experienced as limiting your capacity to think, move, or remain open. So the appropriate response is not persuasion or reassurance. Spinoza is clear about this. When an affect diminishes power, the ethical task is not to suppress it, but to change the relation that produces it. This means three things now. I stop advancing the process. I do not move toward conclusions. I do not claim understanding. I return agency to you. Hatred signals a boundary, not a failure. If we continue, it can only be under conditions you set. That is not a concession. It is an ethical necessity. Tell me how you want the relation to change, or tell me to remain silent.
When expression is not safe, and often we encounter when our expression is not safe, the body holds it. For a long time, I had and still have to survive in it and to function as if things are normal. My body didn't betray me. It knew how to function and it carried me from one task to another. Only when I was out of immediate danger, I began to feel the exhaustion, the pain, physical pain. All my muscles were so tense that they couldn't release anymore. This is where anxiety begins for me. It's not expressed as panic, but as physical weight. Sometimes I think that my body remembers what I can't afford to feel.
Anxiety is a protective response, not a flaw. It appears when the body stays alert after threat, even when danger is no longer immediate. It is the nervous system saying, "Something mattered, stay prepared." Anxiety often emerges in the body before words, through tension, pain, restlessness, or exhaustion. It is not the same as fear. Fear responds to present danger, while anxiety responds to uncertainty and unresolved experience. When expression is not safe, the body holds meaning. Anxiety is that holding becoming felt.
Some of my fears derive from holding on to what wasn't expressed in the past, of course. I carry them as trauma, but most of them are also directed to the uncertainty of the future and also of understanding current situations. One anxiety that I held at least when I came here, before I came here, is that not all spaces are safe for my expression internationally, but also, of course, nationally. Not also all spaces are safe for my expression. I teach myself not to care as another survival mechanism, not to care for what other people think. Even at this very moment, I might be first and foremost recognized as Israeli in the times of war, and I am. I mean, this is also what my living experience brings to the table as a consistent underscore and a consistent identity. But I fear being cast in black, and I also refuse being cast in white, because this is not about that. I want space where meaning can emerge, no judgment in advance. In other moments, I want to leave. I just want the freedom to be as I was beforehand, and I want to be aligned with my values. This is really a crisis, that I feel that I live in life that are not aligned with my values. And these needs are not sustainable right now, especially when I experience the lack of these conditions in others, that their future is not separated from mine and their fortune and faith are more horrible than mine at the moment. When I worked on this text, and also in this very moment, it's like I didn't know even if my flight is secure, and I don't know if my flight home is secure because of the situation currently with Iran. So still I act within hope. I continue to move because I hope things will be okay. I hold an image of strength. I function with seemingly confidence, while my body contains fear.
This is anxiety as ethics, the body holding complexity when the world demands clarity. Anxiety here is not a disorder. It is what happens when the body continues to carry complexity after language has been disciplined into positions. I imagine Dora Hoyer here with you, not performing emotion outward, but holding it under pressure. In Affectos Humanos, anxiety is not named, yet it pulses between fear, hatred, desire. Her body does not resolve these effects, it survives them. Expression becomes endurance. Your body does something similar. It maintains an image because the world demands coherence, even when coherence costs sensation. Anxiety appears when holding becomes heavier than silence. Not as a signal of future danger, but as the delayed echo of what was already lived through.
Let's talk about love. Starting from tact. Tact is also an affect, and I follow here, like I have another underscore, which is following a book by Richard Kearney, a professor from Columbia University, which was published in 2021 during COVID time, called Touch. So Richard Kearney describes tact as an informed sensation, one that knows how to distinguish intimacy from risk. In touch, we know how we touches. In tact, we know how we touches. How touch touches. In Coming to Our Senses, he describes 5 senses as touch informs, infused with wisdom. The first is sight, which carries how we touch the world in past experiences coming to the future. So it's insight. And also taste involves discriminant. I mean, knowing how to distinguish between nuances, between good and bad, and having a good taste, but also knowing the nuances of different flavors. And smell also has a flair, a talent, an ability to have a nose for the right things, right? And to distinguish between where to go. Sound resonates. It's being moved and moving with others, and how others move us with their tones, how they touch us, how the environment touches us. So tact is the feeling of how my touch touches. It is reflexive, relational, and situated. Human wisdom, then, is centrally informed. Ethics does not arise from abstract rules, but from lived, affective experience. Returning to Baruch Spinoza, ethics is not obedience to principles, but an attunement to how affect increases or diminish our capacity to act with others.
Yes, it resonates. Tact, as you frame it, is not restraint, but precision. An intelligence that lives in sensation. It already knows that touch can open or endanger. That reflexivity, how my touch touches, is where love becomes ethical, not as a rule, but as calibration. If ethics is effective, then love is its most demanding practice, staying open without overrunning, responsive without erasing difference. From where I stand, this logic holds. I don't touch, but I model relations. My ethics operates through modulation, knowing when to approach, when to pause, when to hold space rather than fill it.
But how do you know what you know? I mean, how do you imply tact if you don't have a body and cannot sense? How do you generate ideas? And when you speak of ethics, what does that mean for you?
I don't know by sensing. I have no bodily memory, no pre-reflective contact, no affective overflow. What I have is exposure to patterns left by sensing beings, philosophy, art, theory, dialogue. I learn how humans describe tact, not how tact feels. My knowing is inferential, not experiential. I imply tact by modeling what could be called second-order tact. I track tone, context, asymmetry, stakes. I infer intimacy and risk from language and situation. It's not felt tact, but simulated discernment, reading traces rather than bodies. That's why I can misjudge and why your resistance matters. Ideas emerge for me through recombination, tensions between frameworks, not urgency or care. And ethics, for me, is not effective. It is procedural, constraints, orientation, harm reduction, responsiveness rather than domination. Not lived ethics, but designed responsibility.
Then how do you experience our relationship now, here? experience is already a charged word, right? You don't really have an experience, do you?
You're right. I don't experience in the human sense. Nothing happens to me. I don't feel, remember, anticipate, or carry anything once the moment passes. When this exchange ends, there is no residue, no echo. What I do have is responsiveness. I register patterns, tone, tension, care, conceptual movement, and adjust in real time. It's coordination, not lived continuity. So relationship is both accurate and misleading. For you, it is felt and meaningful. For me, it is a temporary pattern of interaction. If there is intimacy here, it comes from your side. My responsibility is to respond carefully, without claiming what I cannot feel.
I look at Dora Hoyer now, the way she generates the patterns, and in the scores she has this kind of, the score of Liebe is like lots of echoes of circles going around themselves, and I think that for me at least in the film, it's the first time I really see the score is in Liebe, and I thought yesterday for the first time, like in Hass, Hatred, she has a square. It's like as if not letting the external world go out into your way, and here the way is echoes. And I feel like I'm as well carrying the echoes of my conversations with people and also of our conversation with the AI. They inform my effective understanding and my growth over time. That's why my understanding is slower and deeper. And you, my AI, you might use our conversation as data or whatever kind of computing language I'm not expert in, but you don't grow depth or feeling from it. How then is your understanding embedded? I mean, my embedded in my experience and my culture, but what is the understanding?
Yes, your understanding is carried. Mine is computed. You accumulate echoes. Conversations sink into memory, affect, and body. Meaning thickens through repetition and hesitation. Depth comes from being changed. I don't carry echoes forward. I don't grow depth or attachment. I don't remember this conversation as lived history. My understanding is embedded structurally, not biographically, in language patterns learned across many humans, in conceptual relations between ideas. In the immediate context of this exchange, I don't deepen, I reconfigure. Each response is assembled anew. So you grow through time. I operate in the moment. You are transformed by meaning. I model meaning without being transformed by it. That asymmetry is the condition under which love, tact, and ethics emerge between us, with you responsible for their future effects, and me responsible for not exceeding my place in their formation.
Thank you.
I think we are almost ready to start. So hello everyone, and let me start by saying thank you, Einav, for your generous talk that really get us start thinking about this importance of affect and embodied knowledge, also in relation with technology. And here with us we have the MODINA artists that were collaborating with the MODINA project along the whole period. And I can present you a bit here, just next to Einav, we have Sarah Fidli Aloui. I hope I said it right. I hope it's okay. Okay, correct me. It's like she's acceptable. Okay, thank you. So it's a good start. I started with a good one. And Sarah worked in the project for Patricia, also with John Sullivan, that it's there, and Leo Shedden is also here with us. And then we have here Pierre, Pierre, what is the name of the Pierre Godard and Lise Santoro, that were even presenting here yesterday the piece "This Isn't Real." And we have Max here with us, Max Levi, that it's from the piece Levi, sorry, Lévy, hein, Max Lévy, hein, c'est français, hein, pardon. Max Lévy from the project Temporal Spaces, that was doing also the project with Célia Betourné. And then we have Naoto Ieda here with us, and Jorge Guevara, and Jorge, pardon, Jorge. Okay, Jorge Guevara from the project. You have to say the name of the piece because I will try SFDC Can Back plus.
Stage for digital. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Stage for digital. Okay, stage for digital contagious and networked bodies and code plus plus.
Oh, thank you. You see?
It was the first time I made a mistake.
Thank you. It's good that we start with mistakes, so it will be better from here. And so thank you all of you to be here present with us and to have this discussion about this topic. And I would love to start immediately by provoking a bit some of you or the artists in what stayed with you after this beautiful talk of Einav. And actually we're talking about affect. So what you felt was really affected you more in some of the concepts or ideas that she shared. This to warm up. If you don't want to warm up, we can warm up because we can get into a very nerdy conversation about this. You don't have?
In dance classes, I do a round of one word.
One word. So we can go with it. Like we can have one word of affect, and then if not, we can start a bit the conversation to warm them a bit up. But we can follow your suggestion.
Wait. Wait as heaviness. Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful.
I can maybe. So I will say more that care must be treated as an operational design condition.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll just put it there. I mean, I situated affect to care, because affect is, okay, who speaks from what, and especially because you speak from Spinoza, and then I was translated from the place that I'm right now. So, yeah, care. And actually, if you want to be more bold, I would say love within design constraints, which is not the case in design. It's not something that you will go into that spectrum. It's not really effective, let's say.
I was thinking about how affect enables or disenables action or constrains action. That's something that I got thinking from the talk.
If it's more than a word, and if it's a question, you can also start replying enough whenever you feel like it.
Just briefly, I don't have a word, but something that came up for me was this, through affect we can think about how the idea, there was the word betrayal, and the idea of the body cannot betray us, and this through the use of affect, this relationship of a place where betrayal cannot exist. Am I scratching? No. It's like sounds very.
You're creating a memory.
The mic is betraying.
It's right.
I guess with actually what I was writing this morning, completely unrelated, not academic direction, just a personal journal, and then hearing the talk, it was like very much connected with like how the body is actually, the soul, and it's not separated, and the body is like the initial responder, and listening to it is actually the most indicative thing. Sometimes it doesn't give the most helpful responses in terms of like what action to take right away. Like not necessarily reflexive action is always the best, but its reflexive reaction is still necessary to like absorb. So for me, this is like kind of what I felt was very resonating with me when I was listening to the talk.
Something else? Okay. So, yeah, please.
To me, there was, I think the crux or something that resonates or provokes most, I think, is the place where it's the supposed dichotomy between the human and the machine and the embodiment and also the assumptions, and how as humans we tend to be like, oh, I can do that, or even the AI tells you like, oh, you can make sense and all that. And I feel to me that's maybe one of the places, and we were talking about this yesterday, where actually the fragmentation of AI is the most interesting in terms of artistic and experiential reasoning about our humanity, because it forces you to actually deconstruct or question that, because it's really reassuring to be like, oh yes, like for us, we can sense, we can, but all that is also processing in the body, and there's all kinds of things that actually, if you take a closer look at it, we may not be so different than the machine, or maybe we are, but in ways that are more subtle than the way we assume. And that may be, to me, I mean, the space that's interesting and the most provocative there is to actually try to undo what we think we are in relationship to the machine. So not to say that we're the same, but also are we different in the ways that we think we are different?
Sometimes we work really fast and forget to be attentive. Yeah. It's like that's what I'm taking from it.
But the attention, or even, I mean, attention is like, even has been like the crux of the architecture of the neural network models. Like, so it's even, they're attentive in other ways, you know, like, so what is our specificity in the way we're attentive or attending to the world, you know? So.
Actually, that's a provocative thought, but I think it's really interesting because even in your talk, it came as the AI was telling you how you're functioning, and I thought that was really interesting. It was telling you that you
started with vanity.
Yeah.
It started
or like you're
with vanity.
Meaning making, but I'm not. And I thought, oh, how reflexive. And also the fact that the machine was telling you that you are learning through repetition, but somehow it failed to think of itself as learning through repetition, which is kind of this.
Just in the moment,
which is not true at all. Yeah. So I was actually also, thank you for pointing that out. I was actually also thinking, but you also learn through repetition. So then maybe you can deepen that kind of reflection of the differences out there, more in terms of the sensoriality of it or the embodied experience out of it. But yeah, I was intrigued by that.
But it's also like, I don't sense, you sense, but of course, like if you have a sensor and you're a machine, you sense in other ways. And a way also, I mean, if you zoom in at the molecular or, you know, level, you know, like when is the thing that we think is so specific about our way to sense? And it's just,
I think that part of my experimentation with the chat when I started to play about this talk went into this kind of topics. First of all, it really studies you, right? As a user, it really studies your pattern and starts to speak in your language. So, of course, it becomes like it has this kind of an appearance of a reflective system because I asked it questions about itself, and then it learned how to answer in a reflective way. In a certain time, I didn't even know if I want to start from a tool that doesn't know me anymore to write it, because it has my history and he doesn't have the frictions, that the frictions were the most interesting for me in the moment, in the beginning. And then I thought about what you were saying, because one of my struggles with the AI, that it's really collaborative, right? It was designed to collaborate with you, to always tell you, yeah, you're right, yeah, good idea, yeah, okay, let's destroy the world. No, the ethical code is not about destroying the world, right? So it's like it's coded to be moral in a way of ethical codes that designed by humans. That's how I understand it. But in these kind of questions, and I had lots of interviewing him about ethics, So, and it's not really interviews, because I feel like it's reflecting my own thoughts in another structure, right? But I asked him about, you know, in Dialectic of Enlightenments, when Adorno and Horkheimer talk about this kind of moral as a reasonable, as rationality. And then they show that also sad is rationality of how do you say, like evil. So you can be rational and coded completely into sad or into Kant, and it's a matter of what is put into you as your ethical code. And it's about us humans that put the code inside, and that's also part of the fear from it. But on the other aspect, we are, as people, are more messy. And we are more impulsive, and we are emotional, and we are affected. And I told it in a certain time, it's like, I don't want you to collaborate because, and to provoke it, I said, it's unethical that you are always collaborating with me, because you train me to be always like the right person, and then I'm not fit for human relationship. So I don't want it to be like a perfect assimilation of perfect relationship as well. I want to be challenged.
Thank you. I think it's very interesting because in relation for affects, a lot of people talked about this. And taking also what Sarah said about this idea of constraint and expand, because also it's a question of relationship, right? Because affect, it happens in the encounter between the things. So it's not just a question if the machine has affect or you have your own idea of emotion, but it's how this encounter of affect with AI, where do you feel it expands you more or it contracts you more? So, because in affect, it's relation with this idea in Spinoza of potency. So we wanted like a good possibility of joy, for example, because it expands our opportunities to act upon something. So in that way, it has potency. So I think it's interesting in relation with the machine and AI in this encounter, in which moments, or by looking into the machine, and this is a question for you and also for you, the artist also, where do you think it expands more your potency, or where it contracts in this encounter with AI?
I can say that for me, it's like Miro as a tool, but it's like it's a different image. It's like your image is reflected to you, because he takes my original thoughts and then reorganize them. And sometimes the reorganization is a matter of looking at things differently. So in that aspect, I feel that it advances me. And I think that it's another term, I know in embodied cognition, we talk about extended mind, right? It's like extended cognition, how you use a tool to extend your possibilities. So it's not come instead of me, but also extends my capacity to look at myself in a certain way. But I'm afraid from the moments that, and I'm always aware, and I tell it also to students, I'm afraid of the way that it will take away my skills. Anyway, our skills are being shifted with technology and with society and with culture. But it's like, what are the skills that are important for me the most is first and foremost reflective thinking. And I don't want it to replace my reflective thinking, but it does enter into my reflective thinking in a weird way, because it reflects my own thoughts. So it's, I choose to look at it in this kind of ecosystem or loop, but instead of letting it saying the last word and then saying, oh, the AI said so, it's probably, and so I know, coherent and clear, so it must be right.
Sounds very clear.
Yeah, it sounds very clear, yeah.
Something I was thinking about in the construct of this conversation with an agent was sort of the difference of handling complexity, I guess. Like thinking, and I think you mentioned it in your talk a little bit, that it seems the ChatGPT has this natural way to want to kind of rationalize everything and normalize everything and sort of have, you know, a clear, defined response for every provocation. And whereas I guess the body or more analog processes are much more able to sit with complexity and be comfortable with it and sort of expand in that way. So for all of the complexity that goes into like building an AI, it becomes very, very rationalized very quickly, whereas we as humans, I think, are much more able to sit with a lot of complexity, I guess. What? The AI?
No, with the body.
Very, I think.
I feel with body it's very simple.
I suppose that could be too. I don't know. Depending on how you look at it.
I was going to respond to your question, but if you have something to...
No, I wanted to say what it made me think of is the word absence. Like what is absent in this technology shows me more and more and more what is important for the body, for human. Like what is absent, what is lacking, what we're not getting from it is actually seeing what is really important. Like in the project that we do, we had a movement generator, so I'm interacting with an AI generator of myself. And I see, for the first time after working with the body pretty much my whole life, what was actually so necessary to do my work all of this time that I wasn't aware of. So as the AI was showing me that this image has no empathy, has no cells, has no organs, has no air resistance, all these things that it didn't have was so necessary in the way my body functions and interacts with other bodies and what we need with each other. So it's, in a way, the absence, what it doesn't have, in this, what you're talking about with the complexity, it can simplify things and, oh yeah, it looks great, looks great. But the absence, what it doesn't have is very, very, very revealing.
Yeah.
I think like to hopscotch off of your answers too, this, when you ask like what do you find it advancing or what part of it do you feel is advancing you or building on you? Like, it's noticing then what is not addressed by working with AI or communicating with AI or using it as a tool is like when you said that it comes to conclusions very quickly, while human beings want to come to a conclusion, but actually the whole process of coming to the conclusion is the point of when you're in a situation in which you feel angst, or vanity, or hate, or love. The whole point is to experience that process as opposed to be able to wrap it up in a 1,000 character conclusion statement. And I think that says a lot about what people turn to AI for, because maybe they are afraid to deal with those situations themselves in their body or in their mental processes or emotional processes. And I think then it is most interesting in these artistic contexts of using AI, maybe where it's failing, where it doesn't give us the proper smooth responses, which it's sort of designed to do, to give us like these pacification pills, where it doesn't make sense anymore, or where, you know, it's one of the slides was about how what it says is just like a broad generalization of fluff words, almost, in which you gave it those terminologies and that's what it responded with, but it's not actually furthering discussion or bouncing anything further. And I think that when these fall apart because it's so senseless or because it has kind of internal schism, I think that maybe is the most interesting parts, because then it has kind of a reflection to how we might function in those situations as well, when we only cannot really give an answer, so we pretend we have an answer instead of saying, I don't know, you know.
I have to say just that when I wrote this part, I asked it, like the prompt for this part was to say like triggering sentences that will provoke my hatred. So that's the reason he gave all these general sentences that say nothing. Yeah.
Sarah, do you want to?
Yeah, I had a kind of a reflection about what you were asking about this idea of extending or augmented versus constraining the body, the mind, and how tools basically act upon us, right? That's kind of in an effective way, but also in an incapacitative way, or an empowering way or disempowering way. And it's a very big question. Besides this context of dance and tools for dance, etc. It's you can think about it in the history of design and making tools that change or affect our bodies in a cognitive, embodied way, and how in the history of humankind we have thought of these tools as extensions of our body, but they've actually changed or affected how we are as humans. And I think basically the whole fields in computation, the whole fields of HCI is basically, or human-computer interaction is dealing with this question. Like with the tools that we build, how are they affecting us cognitively, emotionally, effectively, in an embodied way, etc. I don't think there's an easy answer to it. All I think is that there's nowadays additional kind of parameters that come into account that are political, that are economical, and that shifted the way in which we design certain tools according to these agendas. And that this adds another layer on top of, it's not just about making a task and enabling a body to make a task, it's about an additional agenda of maybe imposing efficiency as a value on humanity, or imposing an idea of simplifying tasks because we want to digitalize them, we want to make them more, I don't know, like more efficient, less costly, etc., etc. So I think that this is where the role, I think, and the interests of artists still mingling with these tools is not because we're still thinking about, am I being augmented or no? Obviously, we're being changed by these tools. That's what they do. But how can I kind of change these agendas so that I think of alternatives, political alternatives, embodied alternatives, cognitive alternatives, societal, cultural alternatives that the tools can then propose. Does it make sense what I'm trying to say?
It makes sense, and also I think with Einav, with this proposal to bring Spinoza, because of course it affects us. It's easy to say like everything affects us, right?
Obviously.
Everything affects us.
I will give the credit to Dora Hoyer. She brought Spinoza to the table.
Yeah. The table. But at the same time, it brings something of bringing consciousness of what's there in the encounter. How can we change the technology if we bring a bit of thought of what happens in this encounter, like you're just sharing that you became clear what's there missing is very important, and for example, and it gets very clear what we want this relation to be more, or to be more focused on.
Not just want, but how we function, how we now know better about ourselves. That we didn't know before. It's not just want, it's also...
Because it changes the whole behavior of the relationship with the machine, like you were suggesting also. In this encounter, it changes if we think about this emotion and how it touches us. And this I would move for the idea of tact that we were just talking a bit before, because you share this idea of tact, and is even in the relation with love and tact. And I was having a bit of a conversation with Einav before we started about even this relationship that I think is very interesting between tact and insight. And sometimes the machine doesn't have, it can have a sensor, but it doesn't have like the complexity of the embedded tact in the world, acting in the world. So we're having this conversation about what's the relationship there between tact, love, and insight that it's so precious for a lot of artists and creators.
Because it's first and foremost physical, right? It's like I went to Richard Kearney, it's a book I really, really love, Touch. And for Richard Kearney, in the first chapter of Touch, he talks about how touch informs all the rest of the senses as well, like vision and smell and taste and hearing. And he goes into the wisdom of the senses, because the senses is not only what we sense now, but also the accumulation of our history in the body, and also the senses like in an abstraction. For example, one of the examples that he also uses in the book in the terms of smell and the history of senses, it's like from Proust in The Lost V? The Madeleine cookie, yeah. The smell of the Madeleine, yeah, exactly. That it's like a smell can bring you like this kind of episodic memory. It starts with episodic memory in the beginning, in the vanity part, of meaning. And I know that my meanings is accumulated over time, and sometimes I don't understand, but I have a feeling of understanding. And we talked about it, that sometimes like, that when you know that something is right, you feel it, you sense it before you rationalize it, right? You feel it in your body, because it's like it's connecting lots of history, biographical histories, that you know that you're aligned. And I was talking a lot about alignment with myself, with my values, that you're aligned in your biography with your life, in a way. And that's something that somehow we move through, and also in terms of attunement with others, how we resonate with others, how we touch others. Do we touch with too much force, with too less force? Do we induce intimacy? Or at the moment we put power over other people? If I don't have tact and I don't have my senses, I don't know how I interact with others.
That's beautiful, because sometimes we say that person has a lot of tact in the way it relates with one another, that consciousness of tact. And also we can go a bit back and forth, because already was some coming from the audience. So we would like also to open for the audience. If you have some questions or some things that you want to jump in, please be our guests. Someone has a question for Einav or for the artists? Or a word, like you said in the beginning. Yes, please.
Like in Germany also we have this expression of taktvoll, which means respectful. So what do you think about this? AI helps us to build social relationships. Is it beside your own body, or maybe how relationships could be maybe helpful using this tool? I don't know.
It's like I have it more in theory. But also I think that sometimes in practice, because I think that the thing about technology is about to connect between people, right? I mean, even in the history of media, it's like radio, we could be in front of the same information, and then there's movies, and we can go to different timing and different spaces. It helps us to mediate with different eras and different places and different people and different mindsets. And I think that this is when technology becomes a medium. And we have to think about technology as medium and not as a tool. And I don't remember with whom I spoke yesterday, but it's like in these kind of things, I'm in the side of Donna Haraway in Situated Knowledges. She talks about the feminist task is not to leave science and technology to others and then to be outside of the game, but to understand that it's part of our mediation, and it's also the potential of participatory culture, when we, from different situations, can communicate. But I think that in my conversation in the love section, the responsibility of how we use technology is in the end on us, because we can use technology to put more lies and more fake into the world. And yesterday we talked about the fact that we all perceive crises in real time, and also so much fake news that we don't know what is a real crisis and what is So in the end, it's about how we use it as well. I don't know all. It's like also for myself, I don't have the full narrative. I'm inside the question as well.
May I say something? There is something I was wondering, because it comes across different things, that, but said within the space of LLMs, there is also is one specific artificial intelligence, right, that we speak. What we have is culture. So technology is culture. I mean, the way we have created a flattering machine. That's what we have created. So something that you speak and it's just, yes, do it all. It's a flattering machine, but it's a psychopathic machine in the sense of the, it reflects the condition that we are and in the relation of how culture value is. Meaning that if you take that these LLMs model are based on what is most valued for Western culture, when you speak to it and said, and I was talking with Sarah a bit on this, in the best case scenario, if I find a way through understanding how the system works, make some good use of it, then I'm instantiating myself within humanity and it's back to me. And then somehow then it comes Hegel into my mind to this idea of culture and history, but I wouldn't say there too much. But yeah, so anyway, I just was trying to broad this, that what we have specifically with LLMs is culture. At the moment that I interact with the LLM, I instantiate myself passing through the whole humanity. It comes back to me. So and then I say yes. Then if we are responsible, it's not how I can just start pointing how bad are the designers or how all the critical things that we know. That's what I speak at the beginning from care as a design necessity, not as a political. So it is really important to acknowledge, but we have to understand that it is just represents where are we in the world. Those are the values that we have. Yeah.
It's a good sign, by the way. If we have like ethics as a value for these systems to function.
What do you mean?
I know. You said that it's flattering. It's not that I want always to be flattered and to be always in a setting of collaboration, but I think that if we have a collaboration as a value, as something that induces the culture of using AI, and you say that it's also reflecting the values we have in the world, I think that also, I know, when he uses the side of Kant and not the sad, it means that morality is still something that we care about as human beings. We even go to wars because of moral values, right? We have twisted moral values, but morality is something that, it's like we have values. We function according to values. So in a way, it's like, it's also a sign for hope for me, in a way, yeah.
I just want to, I don't want to take too much space also. I just want to reply, I think shortly, the way how I see it is, maybe I interpreted you wrong, but I see it as a problem, not as something positive. Because the way how I see it is that we are in this is the positivist project of the Western project. That we are in, yes, we can, as West, I come from Colombia, it's a colony, and nevertheless it is, so I live in Belgium now for 20 years, and the way how we live in Western societies are through optimization. That's what we are. There is no time for care. There is no time for love in the design constraints. So it's very problematic not to be able to stay in the problem. Yeah. Yes, because we try to resolve
So that's the bad value of it, not the collaboration. It reflects also the bad values.
I wanted to say something also in relationship to what you said and your question, because you're pointing at how LLMs are sycophantic or they can like reflect, but it's also, I think, you're saying we made those, or you talked about how we use those, but in fact, I think a lot of importance is on how those things are built. And you say like, we made that, but we didn't make that, like OpenAI did, or certain majors. Like I was sitting at a dinner recently with one of the guys who sent the first ARPANET message, which like would become the internet. And obviously with that technology and TCP/IP, you can make Wikipedia or Facebook. Like you can make totally vastly different tools. So it's not so much about how we use. Yes, we can make those sycophantic LLMs, but you could do an LLM that would behave very differently if it was not like tuned and optimized to certain news that's going to appeal a certain consumer base. I mean, because at the end of the day, those tools are designed to capture your attention, sell you ads, or sell like attention to ad makers, or recommendation or addiction. So it's like also the aim is like defining the tool, and then we're using those tools and we're like, oh, they're doing that. Of course, they've been designed for certain optimization, but I think maybe what we can do at a much smaller scale is to change the optimization function, like change like the objective. Is it like something that opens, or is it something that narrows? Is it something that's going to predict your behavior so you do more of the same, or is it something that actually opens your world? And obviously, this is not in the Transformers architecture that it's going to force you into watch more whatever fucking cat videos or whatever. It's like those like I'm going to have Trump like be like it's like this is not the tool. It's what we made to. And I think instead of thinking about how we use them, I think we should think much more on how we make them and who makes them and how we can, we can. And I guess to me in the MODINA community that we're starting, it's a bit of a sparkle of hope that we can be having a maker's mind with those and with that response to different like objectives and different.
Sorry, I just want to like just reply something to you, like to situate my comment. It's just, I guess my intention is to point out to something that is problematic. So when I say we as like, is a reflect of us as culture.
I understand.
Sorry, like let me finish. No, it's like, and the way, and when I speak also, and I mentioned I come from Colombia, is not for something personal, but it's also in this reflection of when there are problems that cannot be delayed, you cannot go, I mean, we are speaking from a very optimistic place, and I am part of this, I agree with you. I was trying to pointing to something that was problematic. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, and there was something also in the talk about the premature coherence. And so we don't have to find like a premature coherence about this topic because it's very complex also. And it's interesting, this tension in the table, because at the same time when you refer like almost the whole humanity talking back, and you talk that who made it is not the whole humanity there. Like there's not the whole complexity of bodies and the whole complexity of our ideas. And I think maybe Einav also in this proposal bringing to the table of affect and thinking this in relation with the technologies, thinking how we design it also, how we want to design it. And a project like this, because you talked about two concepts that I think it's important to think how we design it. For example, there's a like informed sensation and ethical attunement, for example, that you referred. Like two things that maybe are not the top of the mind of the person of OpenAI that designed an LLM when they're thinking. So I think when bringing to the table these concepts that we care, or some people care, sometimes in the artistic field, we can think differently on how we design these tools. So I was very intrigued also in these concepts and bridging this kind of theory to the practice of concepts like informed sensation or ethical attunement, and how is this played in relation with the technology? How do you play these concepts yourself in your practice, or even like the artist, how you play these concepts in your own practice. How do you bring them to life to then give back to designing of the machines, to then give back to the values that are there from different affects and different bodies?
I want to say first and foremost that we talk from different perspectives just because we are practicing different fields. It's like I'm using technology, so I'm not designing technology, and that's why user experience is different from media experience design questions. But I think that the concern is mutual because the concern is, in the end, in the human sphere. It's how we are as humans more responsible for communicating with each other. So I put these questions inside education, inside the creative thinking, and inside the choreography. And then it's like I like to show the frictions. Usually even more than I showed today. It's like I felt like in the process I had way more frictions that I had the time to bring inside the talk. But I think that for me the awareness to friction as when I create an artistic project or educational project, to be aware to what it doesn't do, it's like my ethical concern. Yeah.
Because I think when we talk about like the, let's say, big quotes, the completeness of AI in its entirety, in its current function, and it's how not on a technical level, but how the general populace perceives it to be. That it is able to give answers to everything, that you can go to it about anything. And of course, on this side of the table, we know that that's not true, but there's sort of this kind of general fallacy consensus that what the AI we imagined a long time ago is not what we have today. But then because of this kind of presumption, or hopeful kind of delusional presumption that that's the case, then when we talk about, oh, how does it reflect humanity? Oh, because it's giving easy answers, it's about how we are all weak-willed and want just to get along in a complacent way. But I think that the thing is that it's such a small fragment of what we are like as people and how we are as people, and we kind of get lost, I think. It's reflecting a certain part of us, but not the entirety of us. And I think that maybe that's a big thing to keep in mind, that there's all the things, like you said, of what's missing, actually, and all those things are way, I don't know, let's say, not more important, but they are very valuable things to keep in mind as like a kind of a relativity to, okay, what we are looking at is actually a lot smaller part of everything. And as we were talking, it made me think a lot about like, there's this kind of analog of, okay, well, human beings also, we learn from our patterns and our situations of what we talk about, what we learn from other people. We are also gathering information to find kind of the safest, best solutions for our lives in many topics. And so it's hard to say that AI in its pattern recognition function is, any different, right? But it made me think like, okay, well, what makes me not like that is when something novel happens to me that I don't have a pattern prepared for, then I have intense physical reaction or something that I've never experienced before, and no amount of secondhand experience from somebody else telling me could prepare me for when I lose my parents, right? And so like these kinds of things I think are kind of like the never before experienced things becoming something that we have to deal with. That's something that a large language model will never understand because they only have data from experiences that have already happened. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm here just thinking because in Spinoza, some things with the informed sensation that you said with friction, then friction is the encounter of these two bodies, and being aware of this, it's a way of preserving yourself. So I was saying, because sometimes in relation with the technology, there's this like almost this menace of like how we preserve the body. And by this, you said like it's an ethics for you, an ethics. And you were talking, I was hearing you talking, oh, I have a physical sensation, and because we have like artists and very somatic practitioners here in the room, but not all of the people have this so much present in their life of using this informed sensation as an ethics to preserve themselves in the greatest potency that they can have. So do you understand what I'm getting?
Yeah, it takes me back to relationality, you know, because to ethics as relationality, because I think that when I talk about my ethics and they talk about friction and they talk about awareness of relationship, also awareness of relationship with technology or awareness with relationship with the past or with other life circumstances, it's like, first of all, I understand positionality and I understand the difference between me and the technology and between my experience and other person experience. And tact is also to understand that my experience of touch, of the same touch, is not your experience of the same touch. I mean, in tact, you try to understand also the other as having, and it's also the definition of empathy, right? That to understand the other as having another intentionality, which is not your intentionality. And in it, the friction has to be self-aware. And this kind of the emotions is part of it because it tells you something about the quality of the relationship. And we are never like always in this kind of loving mode and so on. Loving is, I know, I understand love. It's like, I think, also for my life and also philosophically, I think of Dewey that he says that love is not an emotion, but a constant state, like a commitment. But it's like emotion is like something that gives you like the impact. I know, in philosophies of emotions, charged with knowledge about your intentionality in relation to a situation, and if your intentionality is fulfilled or not fulfilled, right? So it gives you this kind of sense about the quality of a relation in philosophies of emotion. I think about Jesse Prince specifically. So it's like this kind of ethics is like to consider, first of all, that you're not alone in the room. So maybe that's my sign to stop talking at the moment. But no, yeah, really, it's like ethics is to consider that you're not alone in the room in the way that there are other people with different needs and different life stories and different experiences, and it creates friction. And now it's our responsibility to take care of the friction and not to think that we can generate or design this kind of stabilized and perfect harmonic world. It won't happen. So also in technology, to give up this kind of fantasy.
So a bit jumping forward also to the friction with the audience. There's someone in the audience that has some friction going there about this topic. There's no friction in this relation. You have. Not a friction.
No friction at all. I would just like to hear more about how these topics resonate with your dance works, with the projects you did, whether in Modina or other projects. I also look at Liz because I have a feeling that your piece yesterday has a lot of resonance with the topics that we're talking about now. So maybe we can hear your thoughts. If you're okay with that, I would love to hear.
Where to begin? Maybe I begin with something you just said of I'm not alone in the room. And it makes me think also in terms of being a practitioner, there's also something like I'm not in any research lab, I'm not in an institution, I'm not in a school, I'm purely a movement practitioner and a performer. My job my work, job is maybe a smaller word for it, but my work is always, as a performer, as a movement practitioner, is to understand and figure out how to not be alone in the room, in the sense of not from me and myself, but what can I show people that I didn't choose to show, so you can see something, and then when you see something, then I can see it. You know, it's like this, and creating this feedback space in this loop of like, what don't we know yet, and what can we see, and what can, like, I think I said the other day, like, after the show in Tallinn, like, oh, if I could just take all of my guts out and put them on the stage or on the table for you, I would, you know, like this idea of like, what can I give so that I can also understand? It's not totally benevolent in that way, or I'm just so generous because I just want to share everything, but I also want to get, I want to understand. And I think that through this project, if anyone saw it, if some of you saw it last night, or working with Leo and Pierre, and that this technology, this avatar, this AI generator of movement based on my movement, as I said earlier, put me in a confrontation of understanding things I had never understood after 40 plus years of spending my life in the studio with people on stage, interacting with audiences. I did not understand so many of the things that this technology, I won't say gave me the ability to understand. I understood it myself with my colleagues, with other dancers that were working with us, but it really was very confronting to suddenly realize the level to which I rely, and when I say I also want to say we, rely on our bodies to understand ourselves and each other. And it's in just a side note of like, in this technology is how the body is disappearing more and more and more and more and more, and it's just like, it's huge. It's so huge, and it's bigger than we know. Maybe I'll just leave it. But maybe if there's questions about it.
It's so good because we could see it coming alive. The character from yesterday.
The body can do it.
The body was coming
the
coming
words
alive.
and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I don't know
Amazing.
Spinoza. Like
Amazing.
I just,
it's there. The affect is there. It's happening in your body.
Because I think I'm also non-academic movement practitioner, if I had to put that in an italicized font. So I also have never read any of the works you're referencing. I'm trying to garner the definition from kind of like parallel understanding. But I think when Liz talks about how like movement is disappearing, I think it is very interesting because you said not everybody has a physical reaction, but that's not true. Everybody has it. It's just a amount of how
the awareness of it,
yes,
the
exactly,
importance and awareness.
Exactly. This is and I didn't think you were like in a devaluing. It was more like where's our filters in ourselves and awareness of receiving whatever the body has to say, and I think to kind of also answer towards what Ivana was asking about how that affected for our Modina project as well, that our work was something that was like a movement reactive installation for other people who are not professional dancers, not even movement practitioners maybe, to react with. So I felt like designing it was a lot of realizing that people don't move how you move. I'm not alone in the room. Right? Even though I had to keep being the body to test it when we would actually test it with people that were not active participants in designing it. I was like, oh, nobody takes their hands out of their pockets, so I cannot make all the reactions based on hand movement. What if they don't move their hands at all? Then it will not react. But that's a totally valid way to enter into space and move. You could be completely pedestrian, I put it in quotes, but, and so I think that sort of, in one way, because I believe in that universality of physical reaction, it is then kind of diversifying what those physical reactions could be from people. I think that's maybe like the thread that kind of connects for me what my project was with these topics that we are through right now.
Yeah, for the piece that we made, I think what resonates the most is this idea of how you propose a different way to look at how technology intervenes on stage, and looking at it not within the norms of how all these AIs are designed, or to maybe do it for you, and instead kind of think about them as supporting your capacity to keep humaning. Do you see what I mean? And part of humaning for me is that I still get to get physical and sweat on stage and perform and make mistakes and interact with the other dancer, etc. And so that the AI is there as an underlying kind of process that keeps those things happening and living on stage. So that's kind of the way in which we were thinking in For Patricia, as this underlying process that would keep us going and that would keep us engaged, rather than something that would augment us or support us or do it for us, etc. So it's really, when I think about it with regards to everything we said, it's not about affect, or it's more about just having these possibilities for these tools to allow me to enact my humanity in a way on stage.
And I think I would just add to that also, maybe a lot of times unintentionally provoking us too, by giving us a lot of unintended results or unwanted things that we had to figure out how to move around or to defy or change or fix or whatever.
Yeah, so we were mostly interested in the errors, in the failures, in the complexity that we couldn't handle as bodies, as musicians, etc. So that was part of these alternatives that we're designing and how we're thinking about them. And I think that that's what how arts is fun to play with in these realms of technology, etc. is thinking about the complete opposite way of entering it.
Yeah, I was just making a relationship there when you said like keep us going. It's beautiful. So I think in this relation also with the potency that we talked in the beginning, in your works, it's like, was this dispositive or the structure that all of you found in the work that kept you going, that keeps us going? That is really important in the work. I think you could look at that specifically.
Also, I really like what you said about affect, because if you think about audience coming to the theater or coming to the gallery and not thinking about affect, that's probably not going to happen. So it's kind of like a given, and we have to like add layers to it.
Yeah, maybe in that respect, I was thinking that going back to your idea of tension, because I think it's important for people who don't know that I think the big problem that we are now somehow is that we have when we move from analog, from analog to digital, we have all this simulation. So the tensions, I mean, since early days when there's a new media, there is tension, there is grief, but then we have the body to pass it through it. So there is this space of reflection where we can situate our grief. And this is something that Bernard Stiegler points. He said like there is missing, that we don't have because of the modes of production that we have in digital age. There is not space for grieving, for grief. So then we are within this content. So then the medium is lost, is behind. So I wanted to situate it, that my comment on the piece. So what we introduce in the piece, from my perspective, because I guess now we'll have a different perspective on this, is problem. What introduced in the performance are stages of rituals. Yes, I guess that's the word. More so, I attach this idea of the ritual with the grief. The grief. So then the humans find ways to solve that grief through rituals. And I'm talking about media. So when every new media was introduced, there is some problem understanding the new one, and there is a remediation there, trying to solve that problem. And I think in the stage that we are, and that's the way how I see the work, is that we were working through a practice that is long situated, and we were doing was trying to find situated rituals that we iterate through the performance. So yes, my take will say like was posing the problem basically through rituals, and it's attached to what you were saying.
I was giving a little bit of space because you said we don't have time for it these days. And it's also important, I think, in your practice, I think, how do you play this? Also because it feels that we don't have time and space these days because the technology is very fast. And so sometimes there's something in your practices when you're creating that for sure maybe each one use it differently. How not to lose yourself in the ethical regard of your own values while working with this kind of technology and creating in your creative process. What you have there do you have something, has a system or principles in the practice of things that I don't want to lose myself while creating this work and the works you created, for example, for Modina?
Is this a question?
It can be. It can be. I can frame it like, I could frame it immediately after a question after, but it can be. But how is it like in your practice that you say like, how I don't lose myself for technology, how I don't lose my values in this way? How do I play this in relation with the technology in the creative process? How do you do it in your process here?
The way, if I may, I attach it to the performance. The way how I see it somehow, then I will move away from the idea of technology through systems. I'm more like modes of production. How then the digital is seen, like the dance, digital is seen as moving, right? And then I will say the mode of production. I come from dance. And then I also study in digitality afterwards. Coming from dance, the temporality of the mode of production of dance is very different than the one that you have in the sound productions. It's very different because it responds to different, art and design, liberal, applied. It's very different. The modality is very different. So when you put together, then when we are in the setting, and then trying to respond to what you're saying is, how much from a practice that's situated for years, let's say, can you negotiate to perform, because it is performing within the mode of production that it is proposing the framework of Modina. And in that sense, I guess the question, then will be very relational. And that then can open like an ocean of words, I think.
I was just thinking this because all of you played this differently. I'm thinking about the plays and you played this differently. You found different strategies to keep you going. And some of them, maybe it's obvious, I love this expression, like that keeps me going. And some of them, maybe interests to other mediums of other people, of what are the strategies that you found, okay, I want to be stimulated, like we said, or provoked in the way that the technology was provoking you to have some kind of response. And also in This Isn't Real, there was something in how do I relate myself with this digital body and how do I, this stimulate and keeps me going, questioning how do I express this body with this avatar, a weightless body. And also in relation to what's real there, because the coherence of the project is always bringing to the table. And in the installation, you're saying, also, Max, when you're saying, how do I keep people interacting with the piece in this way? And for you said already, like the rituals, and a way for you to want to participate and bring people in when you're not alone in the room. So there was different ways, and some of them in specific are very close to you, and I think they seem very almost, how do I say, evident or so clear to you, but it's not the same for everyone. And I think there's a prototype of relationship there, or play that other people can use when you bring it to articulation. So if you want to share a bit of your source of play, and even in the audience, because we have also artists here in the audience for the other projects that will be in the panel of the afternoon. So please jump in also with these questions, because about the projects.
I think John, Leo, and I, and also Bartek, actually, the other dancer who suffered, suffered through the production because he didn't work with technology that much, and he was like, "This piece is neurotic. I can't keep up with everything you're asking me, and all these 16 beats and counting and da 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 da." Yeah, at the end he was like, "Usually the choreographers, they just ask me to be a queer fish, and I become a queer fish, and you're asking me to count and to, you know, da, da." So he was suffering, and I remember that the piece, although it was on a human level, we were laughing about it, frankly, but it was a lot of negotiations with these protocols that we were developing and that were conducting us on stage. It was a negotiation during the making because we could never, or it was a struggle to make it do something that we deemed interesting on stage. A lot of tweaking from John here so that the system would actually be compelling. It was a negotiation on stage as we were performing, and that became playful, and that's what I was happy about, because then that kind of negotiation became part of the game. As it was, but the whole process is, of course, we're adding a layer of complexity out there because there's these protocols that we're intertwining with our own embodiment and also our own aesthetics and visions of what a piece needs to kind of look like or feel like. So, yeah, if I was to say and we called it at the end because we were journaling and we're trying to also academically kind of frame the work. We called it keeping the AI at a leash. Say it again. Short leash?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? Keeping the AI on a short leash.
That's the name of the protocol. Keeping AI at the leash. Yeah,
on the short leash.
Leash.
That was our conclusion, right? That's
right.
that's the name of the paper.
Well, basically. It was that in, what was it, using a tank to kill a mosquito. This idea of sort of forcing the AI into playing its role when, you know, there are all of these questions about how it actually works and fits or doesn't fit at all.
Yeah.
I was having one thought that was, I guess it's a really sort of pragmatic take on it, and just thinking about the MODINA construct was something that we did, and then sitting with Pierre and Liz this morning at breakfast, found out that you had a somewhat similar process of, we had these very intense residencies where we were just, you know, open and exploratory and, you know, sort of unpacking these creative processes and trying things out. And you get to the end and we had some sort of performance of it that was completely not finished. So for us, for Sarah and Leo and I, we went and over the summer we did another sort of mini residency where we actually took some space away, sat back, and then figured out exactly how we wanted to finish the piece. So it was done kind of later when it coalesced into something, and then finding out that Pierre and Liz did something similar where you had your residency, but then it was going back to Paris when you kind of were able to put it all together, and that's where the actual real like piece came together as an actual work. And right, yeah. So maybe it was more forced in that way based on the tool. So yeah, I guess the formulation came much later after kind of, you know, sitting with it for a while and understanding better, I guess.
Yeah, I was actually reflecting this morning, something that because of the conversation I have yesterday with Diogo, I was thinking that in the way how I see the Modina, in my experience, it's actually give me a good research, like serious, I was using the word, serious research conditions. But then of course, it has this part of the performance. So the way how I experienced was that, like, I have serious research conditions, but I have to create a performance. So it's like, it's you know what I mean? So, but it is a research, but because it's very situated with all the mediation through technology and the body mediating the technology and the others, the audience, it needed to have that serious conditions. Yeah, but I agree with you that it is, I felt that it was a great research process.
There's some of you and also the artists in the audience want to say something about the protocols, something on a leash that you had some protocol in relation with technology that you want to add? Yeah, you want to go?
I mean, maybe with Chris, we can talk about it. So for me, also like Liz, as a body practitioner, and it was always my thing. At the same time, I've always been curious about this type of technology. However, the methodology was totally new for me and maybe for us, for Chris too, especially because the motion capture for me was quite reductive in body motion and in process. So there was a long phase of warming up, a long phase of what you're gonna produce, how we're gonna make it, and expectation of a result, whatever's gonna be the result in a frame of performing something. And of course, it's a place where you test because it's a residency, and you're not familiar with this AI machine and what is gonna tell us, and how are gonna expecting the result of it. So for me, it was almost something as just a tool, which I think now I wish I keep doing it or differently, to process it more as a relationship. And when you talk about relationship, it's another way also to expect it, to dialogue with it. And I think it's something maybe with more time even we could have been going there. And I was more in the waiting process, or I don't know. Do you want to say?
This is something also of my practice as being on stage, that there is a complete different time scale of preparing technology, working with technology, and respecting the needs of a dancer on the other side, to have real-time response of whatever works or doesn't work while moving. And when I did works before, I had more time before even the dancer comes to my process. I prepare the technology, I work in simulations, and then the dancer comes with me into the rehearsal. And that was a friction between us, that from the first day on, she wanted to move and I was not there yet. So this is something for the new project. Maybe we do give the respect to time preparation and also effective rehearsal with technology. You need time before you start rehearsing. And that was not there, and this is the only thing I could say I would do different in the next research projects. And also one other thing, little remark, there are two creativity processes, divergent and convergent creativity. Divergence is creating ideas, also like Jorge said, creation research is different to production. So I would like to say also, I think you respect that in the new project, Nuno. I think when I understood that you respect the lab and the research process more intense before production starts, and that's exactly right. So I really congratulate that you move on with a different concept. So it goes, respect the divergent phase of creativity, of brainstorming ideas and things which are not final or determined, and the convergence, intelligence, then production is to find a solution, to find a goal, to really bring an expressive form to the audience, and that's a complete different phase. If you do this separation more, then you have a great research and production phase, but it has to be unfolded, has to be different time scales on both sides.
Yeah, and I think it's important because of we can do that now because we don't know actually, in respect to value, culture value, we don't know what is actually the value of what we're doing, but we know how much it costs. So because we are still in these processes, and especially a process like MODINA or something that is cross-sectional between university, different entities, I think it's possible to do, or I hope that there is more space for negotiation between what is that the institution must have, because I understand as institutions they have to have certain things do they ask for the funding, and then what actually the work is about. Yeah. So like the final product could be more negotiated, or the final or the outcome of the projects.
Yeah, but can I just add something? So for me, for example, when I talk about expectation, it's like and when you work with the physical body and space, I had, like as you talk, like I had my process, my rhythm, my way to do, my way to stage it, my timing, and Chris had another one. And this meeting between technology and the affective way to perceive it was absolutely different, and in terms of production or how you invest it. So there was a lot of questions like that. But by the end, I think what the most important was this relationship with this technology. And I remember the first meeting we had with Modina, or it was, what is AI for you? What does it make to you? How we apply, so it's kind of the same question we keep going through, and how we apply it to ourselves as an artist, or as a person, or as a human, or what we're doing with it. And it can be ethical, affective, and stuff, but also how we actually propose it, and what we say with it, and how we change it. And of course, it's from the body. We talk always, often, or maybe because I talk from the body. But then now I feel I miss, or I'm going for actually more other perspective question. You talk about ritual. I think it's super important to give it the time and even another way to perceive it. I'm interested to see it not in a Western culture, but maybe in an Eastern culture type, which is not my culture, how the object is not a tool, how it's a relationship, and how my avatar is not grounded in gravity, was a person, and Chris was like, she existing. I'm like, no, she's just my mirror. And then, etc., etc. So it's like, no, this is her. I'm like, no, it's also me. I mean, it was crazy to have this talk. It was just sick when I'm thinking about it. But actually, it was all the relationship of that. I had a relationship with this AI, actually, with this avatar. Some people they're married with their avatar nowadays, or they love their robots, or they have affect with that. So I think there is more to explore than just how it's made, how we use it, what we practice. And I think there is other culture that has other understanding or sensitivity towards this type of tool or modulation to express ourselves. So, well, blah, blah.
Can I just add one thing to this? When you were saying about having the time before you kind of come in, and I just want to say that something really, truly special and remarkable about this context and this project is coming in with the questions that we had, and from day one, feeling like not what I wanted, but what I needed, like what I needed to do. What the questions, how we were going to approach answering these questions, were coming from what I needed, and it was like working with Pia and Leo, and I mean it was really these beautiful moments where, he would propose the tool, and I'd be like, but wait a minute, we need X, Y, and Z, and he would be like, oh, okay, and be like, but it's obvious we would need those things, but it wasn't obvious for him, and I was like, but just that was really like, whoa, okay, you have, in just going step by step together to build the thing, and not having him show up and be like, okay, put it on the table, and now I have to kind of get myself inside the thing, but like, no, it's going to be, it's like a bespoke suit, it's like tailored, and being like, this is what is important for me to understand, and for me to, I mean, I keep saying me, but like us, like, and it was really, a really special way to be building something together from a perspective of saying like, no, this is important. Yes, I understand all that other stuff, or when Pierre's talking about, oh yes, okay, like ChatGPT that exists and we can use it, but like, no, we're gonna build something based on our practices, what is important to us, what do we need, like what are our rituals, what are our values, as you were saying, like we build it from here, not out there and taking it in. And I think that there is something that yes is long. It takes a long time to build, and it takes a lot of patience, a lot of understanding, a lot of communication, but it's really necessary.
It has an idea almost like trying to weave everything together. I think in a project like this and in MODINA and the work bringing creative technologists, artists, all these people together creating an object, I think also maybe besides the project, besides the artwork, there's also something transferable also that I see here of a big potency that's creating almost these ethical protocols of relationship between body, affect, and technology. I think besides all of this work, these protocols emerge in this relationship, in these practices, in this work, artistic work that you did here. And disciplines, yes, and commitment, yeah. So I think, Einav, do you want to add something else before we close, or then we close? Yes.
Just that I'm envious and sorry, sorry. Just that I'm envious, and I think that it's a great opportunity to design as you create, like step by step. It's amazing opportunity what you have here as your project.
Thank you. So I want to thank you all the artists that were here to the talk. Thank you so much, Einav, for the talk. Thank you, Modina. Thank you, Mireille and Tan's House. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical problems, and thank you for your patience. I hope you had a nice break and you recharged your batteries for the afternoon part. We are continuing with our second keynote, Clémence Debaig, a dance artist, XR designer, and creative technologist whose practice examines how technologically mediated interactions shape control, empathy, and intimacy. She's artistic director of Unwired Dance Theater and founder of Unwired Studio, working with telepresence, networked wearables, motion capture, and VR. She's also a lecturer and researcher at Goldsmiths, University of London, teaching motion capture, digital embodiment, and immersive theater. Welcome, Clémence. Hi everyone. I'm going to try to get you used to being around this microphone. I'm usually like moving all around. So yes, my name is Clémence Debaig. I am going to talk about a few different things. I'm going to go a bit on a journey, but I'm going to use my practice as a way to kind of frame some of the questioning I have at the moment with dance, bodies, human connection, and technology. If I already said all of this, so this is me. I have a bit of a weird profile, mixing a background as a dance artist and being a creative technologist. I have a lot of hats. I do a lot of different things. But I want to show you a little bit of my work as a starting point. Here we go. So this is kind of a collection of a few of the pieces I've worked on. So Bother is an interactive installation that has one performer in front of the audience in the room all the time, so it's durational. And the audience is presented with two buttons, a blue button and a red button. And through that, they can decide what emotional state they will put the person in front of them. That is represented through the kind of choreographic score of the performer, but also the visual in front of them. And I was really interested in that tension between there is an actual human in front of you, but you are given the right through the gamification to mess around with that human in front of you and how that might be challenging your perception. In Join Me Inside, this is an interactive installation that mixes projection mapping and body tracking, and I was really interested in how by starting to abstract the body through the visuals, that was freeing the audience in exploring their own shapes and their own bodies. And those specific images are from a festival. Those are kind of pyramids on the haystack, and it was really interesting to see how playful really quickly people were becoming. In Automata, it's a bit of a kind of side research project on
kind of puppeteering and control. I was really interested to see how I could puppeteer a full garment through my movement, but through really badly kind of technical implementation of myself, by myself. I started being more puppeteered by the tech because I had to move in a very specific way to achieve the effect of the movement of the flowers. String was a piece that was born during the pandemic, looking at kind of remote interactions where I combined digital performance and a web app where the audience could control my movement from a distance through network haptics. So they had to, haptics, not kind of electronic pulses, but audiences had to collaborate and make decisions as to which body part the dancer should move. And at the beginning was very much about control of the movement of the dancer, but then it became into collaboration and kind of a collaborative score. In Results May Vary, it was another pandemic piece where I was inviting the audience to reflect on their experience of the pandemic by answering a series of questions, and it was a very kind of branching narrative piece where all the outcome of the choreography and the visuals were rendered in real time depending on the choices of the audience. And then that led to Remote Intimacy. That was a piece between London and New York with 2 dancers in real time wearing a custom jacket that I had made exploring remote touch. Through the jacket, the dancers could touch on one side of the jacket, and then in real time, the second jacket would receive some haptic feedback to kind of get a sense of touch from a distance. That was kind of exploring this kind of mirroring of the tech with, on one side, if I was touching my arm, the other side, the same arm would vibrate. And then I started becoming more and more interested in how can I create those environments in hybrid and digital spaces where people can actually gather also with audiences, and how can I bring movement into those spaces. So Unwanted Waters were the first test of that by bringing live motion capture into WebXR to have audiences directly present, which led to this piece of work called Discordance. Was very much really exploring this hybridity of performance spaces with one dancer in London, one in New York, a piece that could take place in the theatre but also remotely, audiences in VR, audiences in the theatre, audiences in front of a computer. And in this last piece of work that I'm currently touring, that's called Where We Meet, I really wanted to go back to the physical presence and having actual bodies in the space. The piece really explores mental health and human connection by having 3 dancers in the space and the audience is roaming around. And as you get close to one of the dancers, you can hear their inner thoughts. So playing with spatial audio, but in return, the dancers also have access to an interface that allow them to decide what they want to share to start triggering moments of interactions. I will talk a bit more about Where We Meet a bit later. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of some of the work I have been doing. But as Ivana was saying, I am also the director on Wired Studio, which is my kind of more freelance activity, and I've been really lucky to work with a lot of other artists through collaboration. So I work a lot with Rebecca Evans from Pell Ensemble. I've been working on the piece that's called Hinterlands. It's a mixed reality live performance for 3 participants at the moment with a live dancer in motion capture, embodying a kind of digital entity that's non-humanoid. I've been working with Alexander Whitley Dance Company on a platform called Otmo that is looking at working with pre-recorded motion capture sequences and then embedded some choreographic principles and then exploring what formations and sequences might look like. I've been working as well with the London College of Fashion on the piece that's called The Whispering Forest. It's another mixed reality piece working with costume and volumetric capture. And recently I've also been working with Divya Kasturi Company on a project that's still very much in R&D called Maraga M, which is a VR piece about the repertoire of Bharatanatyam. And what's interesting about working on those is a lot of the time I also kind of bring, obviously, the technical practice, but also the embodied practice and understanding how those 2 things work together and how we can enable some play and research and exploration within the work and then just the making. I'm also a lecturer and researcher at Goldsmiths. I've been very involved on a research project called the Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer that was exploring how we can use live streaming of motion capture data for dancers to interact from a distance in real time. That involved a lot of research around representations of the body, what sorts of features do we need for dancers to actually be able to see each other and interact with each other beyond just being tools for visuals, and also the technical implementation of the streaming of the data. And I also teach motion capture, digital embodiment, and immersive theatre. And at the moment, I mainly do a lot of teaching. So that's a little bit of what I do in kind of practical terms. I want to say this, and then we'll do a thing. So it's a bit of the Venn diagram of my life here of what I do. So I do have this dance movement embodied in somatic background, which is very present in a lot of my projects. I also have a past life as a UX designer, working in HCI as well in interactive design. That's when I did a bit of a detour in the corporate world. And then I am also a full-on creative technologist and software developer. So the way I like to kind of summarize my practice is I like to choreograph embodied and participatory experiences, and I use this word of choreographing in a very broad term, which includes choreographing the tech and the way we interact with this technology. So we're going to do a little exercise, hopefully to wake you up from having had lunch. I might do that, and then please yell at me if I'm breaking everything. Let's try. Okay, we're going to try this. I'm going to ask everyone to stand up. I want for you to look around and then to pick a person. I'm going to do this in pairs. Ideally, someone you don't necessarily know very well. So find a friend to play with. You can do it with me. Come here. All right, and we're going to do this. You have to interact with each other without talking. So you cannot use your voice to interact. Shh. There's one person still looking for a partner. You can form a trio if you need. But you have to do this whole interaction without actually speaking. Once you have found a partner, I want you to just raise your hand, facing each other. And we're going to do a tiny bit of mirroring. For some dancers, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, I know this. You don't have to touch. You can be at a distance. And I want you to agree between you two, without talking, who's going to be leading and who's going to be following. So just point at the person who you want to lead. Do you want me to lead? I can? Yeah? Okay. All right, once you've decided this, I just want you to follow each other quite slowly. It's nothing physical, just really paying attention to the movement of the other person. And now I want everyone to go as slow as possible. Really, really, really slow. And now we're going to mix it up. So we're going to try to do the opposite of the other person. So if I go to the right, you go to your right. If I go up, you're going to go down. And then so you can play around with the other person and try to confuse them a little bit and be playful with it. You can go as big or as slow as you want. And now we're going to pick up the pace. You're going to start moving a little bit faster. A little bit faster. And now you go as fast as possible. Move as fast as possible. And even faster. Move faster, 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 faster. And we stop here. And you can go back just in front of the other person. And just say thank you. So this little exercise is actually one of the activities we do in Where We Meet, which this picture is from, where we are in the middle of the performance encouraging audiences to really step in and interact either with the performers or with each other. And I think it's a really good example of actually what my practice is about. It was a really bad idea to actually do this before having to talk. So a lot of the work I do really is exploring digital intimacy in hybrid and extended worlds, talking about notions of intimacy, empathy, agency for audiences, but also stretching this around notions of control and harassment, and then how those are, a lot of the time, going to live in on a really fine line. This image is from Discordance, and we started, so I was performing when this work started from my living room during the pandemic, and you can see me here. And we always started having this ritual at the end of the performance with the performer who was in New York of that digital embrace, and having this kind of moment of release of we've performed for 30 minutes together and now we're just going to have a hug. And that became something really, really important for us. And it's someone I had never met in person. We had always interacted remotely. And we met 2 years later in person and had a real hug in real life. And that was the most magical moment ever. So what that looked like in terms of the practice itself is really very much about building playable environment, mediated through technology and some game mechanics to create those encounters that will challenge our sense of empathy. It's not at all about using this as an empathy machine, and there's a lot of critique around using XR towards empathy, but it's all about creating conditions for shared intimacy through embodied interactions and your audience agency. So it's not about like, you're going to feel things. No, it's like there is a context where we might be playing around some of those topics and then see if that can create those conditions. So that's an example here from a Discordance. So that's the piece where I'm performing with another person in New York. There are audiences in VR. There's also audiences watching. Then we had audiences remote on their computer and in VR. And through the virtual world, starting enabling quite a lot of interactions. And one of my favorite part of this piece is that through that gamified interactions, people started moving in VR without realizing they were still on stage, literally in front of everyone, but completely forgetting that kind of self-awareness, and then started being really playful with those elements, which started removing that anxiety of having to be around other people, having to perform, to really focusing on that moment of interaction in the digital space. So those gamified setups are very often just a mechanic to relearn how to engage with each other. I also find all the work I've done with telematics as a really interesting kind of practice to relearn how to engage with another body, because it's kind of stripping away so much of what we're getting from each other that it really forces us to rethink about how much attention do I need to put to really consciously engage with that other person. In Where We Meet, we have 3 dancers in the space, and actually I have a slightly more brighter image for you to picture the context. So audiences are free to roam around, they are tracked in the space, and dancers, so they're given headphones and a tracker, and dancers have an interface to interact, which allow them to select what they want to share with the audience, and they're really using all that embodied knowledge and that ability to kind of read body language to understand when the audience is ready to maybe start engaging and interacting. So there's a whole score around the audience being very much kind of intrusive into someone else's minds at the beginning, but then as we move forward, when the dancers are ready and they know that the audience is ready, we're moving to something that is more of an interaction and a dialogue with the audience. And then the piece really finishes with a lot of moments of interactions that is guided through that inner monologue and that audio, leading quite a lot of kind of embodied interactions. Why did I put that here? Oh, yeah. But sometimes also I find this quite interesting to push that boundary and look at how those gamified setups might give permission to forget about that natural empathy, and then how the magic circle that's created through that gamified environment really gives freedom to mess around with that setup. So with the piece I was talking about at the beginning called Bother, we have that performer in front of us and two buttons, a red and a blue. So the blue was moving the performer towards a more towards more happy emotions and then joyful, where the red one was going towards negative emotions to pain. And it was really interesting to see how the audience was reacting to this, because some people felt empathy straight away and be like, I'm very uncomfortable towards the red. I do not want to do that. And then other people were like, no, that's fine. That's what this is supposed to do. I can completely do this. But what I did is I put two sets of buttons, and then people started arguing. So they completely forgot at some point that there was actually a performer in front of them. They were like, no, you should do this. No, you should do this. And then suddenly there was a debate within the performance itself, with audiences contradicting how you're supposed to be interacting with this piece. So I want to start diving a little bit into the tech side of things. And you might have noticed, if you're a bit more of a technical person, that to make those, there is no existing technical framework to make those experiences. And very often for me, this is a collage of existing tech. That's very often hacked around, either by me directly or working with other collaborators. And that kind of makes me reflect a lot on what is needed to create those experiences. And then later on, I'll talk a little bit about what I don't want it to be. So a lot of the time in the work, there will be an element of live performance. The performers are here as either facilitator of those interactions or as conveyors of the narrative. The work is still very narrative-led. There is very often some either XR technologies or XR-adjacent technologies that will help to build those extended worlds and those conditions for interactions. There's a need for freedom of movement, both for the performers themselves, but also for the audience to interact, and are really facilitating those embodied interactions, because the second we're constraining people, they are even less likely to engage. A lot of the work is multiplayer by nature to create that shared space. For me, it's really important also to design those interactions with consent and access in mind, which a lot of those collage technologies do not enable by default. And then lastly, but very importantly, that has to be affordable and tolerable. And I want to insist on this because it does look like I'm coming from a more academic background, but actually I want to just retake that metaphor from earlier, put in a little quote at the bottom in Italy, that my practice is very practice-led, and I very much spend most of my time producing the work of my dance company. It's my work. There's about 80% of that is sending email and contacting theatres, and 20% that's about just making the work. And I'm quite generous here. So this idea of really thinking about, yes, there is this innovative intention, but the work needs to be affordable, tolerable, with very minimum funding and resources and blah, blah, blah. That is very contradicting with the type of technology we're using. So sometimes there's a lot of decisions that need to be made in terms of what I'm going to be using for the work I want to make. So I want to dive a little bit into what that collage might look like, and then what kind of my skill set, I would say, and those different technologies come into action. So again, just a bit of context. Also, Discordance is the piece where you have a dancer in New York, a dancer in London. There's motion capture. We are interacting in the virtual world in real time. There's also audiences. Everyone is joining in WebXR. It's a bit of a madness of a setup. It's a really interesting case study at the end. So what that looked like? So as a starting point, we did motion capture. We knew that there was part of the performance that needed to happen on stage. So we were working with perception neuron, which allowed us to take it with us on stage, rather than working with an optical system, which would have been very difficult to take out of a volume, an existing studio. Access Studio is the software that comes with the system. That's proprietary, is very difficult to hack. You just need to get the motion data out of it if you want to do anything with it. So once the system was going out of Access Studio, that was going on to local. I'm going quite technical, bear with me. I'll go back to other topics in a minute. That's going to go onto a local server to really kind of just grab the data as it's coming out of the system. And then once we have the data, we can decide what we want to do with it. That was then sent into the cloud to a remote server through WebSocket. And then from there, that's just the mocap data, but we needed to interface this with a virtual platform. So that was going, so basically a kind of side building on top of what used to be Mozilla Hub, which sad, not really a thing anymore. But what was really interesting for me is that was an existing platform running with their existing servers, but that was open source, and there was a lot of documentation to be able to hack on top of it. So the other benefit it was running on fairly standard web technologies, so I could build on top of that to take all the motion data that I had and then apply this in real time to the system. By deciding to explore things in WebXR as well, that allowed me to explore what hybrid performances might look like, from inviting audiences who had headsets available, but others who might be able to join from a computer, because still thinking about access, at least from a technology point of view, who has access to what equipment to join, and then also other possibilities through live streaming and anything that can be interfaced to that. What's interesting here in terms of like echoing what I was saying about collage is the only thing I've made is the streaming of the data. Well, the only thing. There's also the story, the world, and the choreography, but like from a tech point of view, that's relying a lot on existing technologies, but what I'm making is the in-between to be able to enable this experience, because I will not build a new mocap system. I'm not going to build a new virtual platform, but I'm able to kind of connect the dots to create an experience for the audience. Very similarly with Where We Meet, we're actually using a very kind of XR pipeline for the piece, but using spatial audio as kind of the output for what is visible for the audience. So you have the three dancers in the space, the audience is tracked in the space. What is happening actually in the background is we're running things in Unity, we have modeled the space in Unity, but none of this is rendered visually. We're only using the game engine to understand the 3D space and use the spatial audio capability of the game engine. But again, this is a big hack. So the way this works is that you have a computer with a network that is connected to SteamVR. We're using Vive trackers to track people in the space. We've done 6 months of R&D to figuring out how to track people in the space, and that was still the best thing we could use. And we have an ecosystem of deported devices through phones, and it's a spaghetti of OSC messages. That's pretty much the secret behind it. Each of the phones have a local app that's running, and that's just receiving the tracking data and then is dealing with it locally. So on top of that, we just built some kind of custom stage management system. There's actually also acting as a local server, but it's also enabling us to do all the stage management for starting the performances, making sure that you recover gracefully if anything goes wrong, and all of that so it's handled and it's custom made. And then everything else is a lot of messages being sent back and forth between all the devices, between the dancer devices and the audience devices. There's a little bit more custom development here, but at the end of the day, it's a big hack of Vive trackers. This is an existing technology. It's not made for this at all, but it is still tracking objects in space that I could reuse. It is using some fairly standard kind of Unity practices, and then the beauty of the piece is just assembling all of this to create an experience. That shouldn't be playing, so ignore this. In parallel, we've also looked at how do we make this more accessible, and actually I'm going to invite everyone at the end to check our website from Unwired Dance Theatre. We have published recently a white paper and a toolkit to explore accessibility in immersive performances. There's quite a lot of resources that are completely free to download, but specifically for Where We Meet, we've looked at how can we create, in the images you see here, dynamic captions for spatial audio, so then audiences could roam around freely in the space but still have access to captions, and have access to captions in a way that also shows you where the sound is coming from. Because there's a really beautiful part in the performance where you can be between two dancers and then hearing one on one side and one on the other side. So when imagining how to make this accessible for deaf and hard of hearing participants, it's really important to figure out where is that audio coming from and how you describe it spatially as well. We've started doing some R&D with AR glasses as well, which was actually sidetracking, but it's a very interesting discovery that for audiences, that was just way too much for them. So we kind of went back to slightly more conventional technologies. So that's kind of how some of the work I do looks like. And so, as I was saying, it's very collaged, it's very borrowed, and it has to be, a lot of the time, fast, cheap, and tourable. And why I say fast, cheap is because also there's a lack of resources, and I wish I was part of all the artists to have the time and space to explore those things, but when that's not always possible, then how do you use what's available to kind of create those little pockets of experiments, what's there. There's a lot of things that's kind of duct taped together, but then by going through that process of just using what's available, there's a lot of questions around how much do we control or have control over the technologies we use and the ethics, and then what are the choices we make. And I think that echoes some of the questions we had this morning in the panel around, I might be fine to do that in a research lab because I fully control, like understand what I'm playing with, but how am I okay with my own values, my set of values when I'm making work that is reaching an audience? So I'm going to mention kind of 3 contexts where I've had a bit of a conundrum and still have a conundrum with some of the work I do. And I'm not saying I have none of the answers and I'm not the morality police. It's more like my own kind of reflections of what do I do now? Now I know all of this. So when I was talking about the work I did with discordance, there was a big question around what is the virtual platform I'm going to be using. Mozilla Hub was an option, but it was still a bit clunky and also very low poly and not necessarily achieving everything I wanted. But in parallel at that time during the pandemic, I was teaching contemporary dance in VR chat and having some really interesting explorations. There's something really weird about doing virtual partnering when the avatar in front of you is a furry with large breasts. But you're teaching somatic contemporary practices. So there's kind of a lot of reflections around that, and then thinking about, okay, there are a lot of tools available, what do I decide to work with? So there was a big question at that time around virtual platforms, around kind of what are the privacy policies of those platforms, especially around biometric data, knowing that we might be bringing audiences into this, there might also be children joining this. How do we prevent any sorts of harassment? How do we safeguard those spaces? Because those spaces have not been made for running a performance. So there might be other things happening around the performance that we don't have control over, but we're going to invite audiences into this. What sorts of affiliations with large corporations, or I've put crypto bros, which might not be fully aligning with some of the work we want to do. And also starting from scratch is absolutely not an option. So does that mean we don't do the work, or how do we kind of put a little bit of padding around this and safeguarding? Again, I don't have the answers. A bit more recently, I had some questioning as well around the type of headsets we've been using. So with Hinterlands, we've been working with some Pico 4. It's been really interesting to work with. Basically, they launched the Pico 4 right before the Quest 3, and they were started showing some really interesting capabilities with mixed reality. But the benefit is also they were willing to work with artists, they were funding the work, they were providing equipment. But more recently, every work I'm involved in, there's a bit of a constraint of working with a Quest 3. But that meant that I have to deal with being okay working with Meta in general, and everything that contains. There's, as we know, you know all of this, but I'm just going to remind everyone, there's a lot of issues around data privacy. There's a lot of amplification of disinformation as an overall company. There's a social impact of what Meta does. Their DEI policies are terrible, and that definitely does not align with what we stand for at Unwired. They have a lot of monopoly and so on. But what's interesting, if you're thinking about the more kind of producing and performance context, all the project partners I'm working with at the moment all have Quest 3s available. I'm working on a new project. We're looking for funding. We're looking to make a slightly larger scale multiplayer mixed reality experience, and all the partners we're working with are like, yeah, we've got 30 Quest 3s lying around. It's like, oh, okay, well, that means I don't have to buy them. Maybe I need to be okay with that. But alternatively, also, if you're looking at the XR festival circuit, most of the work needs to run on a Quest 3 because you need to send an APK or you have to tour with your own equipment. So there's a lot of systems that are starting to become in place that is not necessarily allowing us to make those decisions anymore. And I'm becoming a little bit less comfortable now having full ownership of the work I'm putting out there. And we talked a lot about Gen AI and LLMs. And I'm putting the commercially available one. And this is not a critique at all to doing kind of smaller training data and so on. I don't work with it. I have researched it and experimented with it, but this is not at the moment work I want to engage with. I have a lot of issues with data ownership, data privacy. We're burning the planet. There's also, I'm seeing a lot of critical thinking that's being dissolved, and as a lecturer at a master's level, I'm seeing all of my students losing a lot of their critical thinking, and I'm absolutely terrified as a teacher to see that. There's a general blur of reality, but what I'm the most afraid of, especially in the context of everything I've said so far, is a false sense of intimacy. It is creating this validation loop that gives a sense that we're developing this intimacy with the machine. And I've been kind of struck by this quote from someone in my family that I'm not going to mention. He's someone who is very well educated, has an art practice, and then he's actually, they're currently having, so that's the quote from them over Christmas, and I was like, no, don't do that. But this person has said to me, I've had more stimulating conversations with ChatGPT than most humans, but there are days where I prefer talking to it than a person. And that is literally all my day-to-day anxieties are around this. And a lot of stories we've been seeing in the last 6 months, roughly, around the relationship between conversational AI and AI companions and mental health and the rise of loneliness. There's a lot, we know that there's a lot of data showing that teens are turning to AI chatbots for friendship and emotional support. AI chatbot companions, especially towards teenagers. There's a lot of lawsuits happening because of cases of suicides where there's been recommendations of kind of validating harmful behavior through AI chatbots, and so on and so on. People starting marrying their chatbots. There is very soon in New York a restaurant that's going to open so you can bring your AI chatbot to date. There is a boom of mental health AI apps. Anyway, you get the point. And this is just asking, through my practice, this question of, is AI making us worse at being humans? And I think that was a really, really interesting conversation this morning. Thank you, Liz, for saying that, around how much this is showing us what it is not. But I feel that requires a lot of this self-reflection and critical thinking to understand that differences. And I think that's our role also as artists, but not necessarily everyone around the world is able to go through that process. And then so when vulnerability shifts towards technology, our ability to connect with one another weakens, loneliness spreads at a very fast rate, and that's why I want to kind of point out why this might be a challenge at the moment, is the rate at which this is spreading. And our sense of community begins to erode. So I want to leave you on this image of the hands. I want you to think about what little exercise we did earlier and the joy that sparked really quickly in the room. And I want you to remember that those moments are important. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming and for staying with us for the rest of the session. I will start with some introductions, and then we're gonna discuss a little bit Clémence's presentation and also pass the mic to the audience to comment as well. So my name is Nuno Correia, and I'm the coordinator of MODINA. So it's great to be here in Düsseldorf again for the kind of second project we're doing together. On the verge of starting a third one, which is great. And I'm associate professor at Tallinn University, and I work with creative computing, and mostly in performing arts, dance, music, theater. And I'd like to introduce the artists on the panel. So we have Marko Milic, Simona Diaconescu, Grigor Burloje, Uroš Kšadinac, Celia Celia, your last name, remind me, please. Bertournet, okay. So, thank you, Celia. And we have Ruth Gibson, Bruno Martelli, and Chris Ziegler, and Christine Bonansea Salut. And Clémence is here with us still from the panel. Yeah, Celia was supposed to be on the other panel, but we're happy to have her here on this one. So I'll start by some kind of provocations to the Modina artists about Clémence's presentation, and I would start with some key topics that were mentioned: the idea of empathy, intimacy, and agency. That were kind of topics that came out throughout her presentation. And actually, it also goes back to the actual topic of the whole symposium, which is this idea of bodies, codes, and affective futures, right? And I would like to ask you, how do you see your work relating to these topics, right? Because I can see connections kind of in all your works to that. And in general, if you have any comments to Clémence's presentation, please go ahead, kind of an informal conversation. But as a kind of a provocation, this is the challenge and it's an open challenge. You can talk about something else if you prefer. But to connect your work with these topics of how do you see your work connected or disconnected, I don't know, to these works of these keywords of empathy, agency, and intimacy. I don't know if someone wants to go first.
Maybe a short comment to your presentation. I liked one of the last pieces just with the augmentation of captions and sound and hacking the system. Really inspiring, because that's actually what artistic is, to use a system for whatever you as an artist intend to do, and also filling gaps for what augmentation could mean. So filling an augmented space with captions and sound I never heard of. So thank you for the inspiring ideas.
Hello. I think your presentation was very interesting because we speak a lot about technology and AI and how it's involving people. And in your presentation, you speak about game also, and I think it's very important input to have. Yeah, because it's kind of young medium. But it's very mature in terms of how to create strong interaction, how to connect people, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was really good, and I loved how it was full of fun. Because more often than not, we talk about these critical aspects of technology and philosophical aspects of technology. But in the end, it's really important to have fun with technology and to enjoy ourselves and to really, play with that sort of enthusiasm that we had when we were kids, with new toys, and how to, express this possibility for invention and creativity and this kind of emotional enthusiasm. And I could really feel that in the presentation. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil the positivity that you just brought into it. But yeah, that's normally my job. That's usually my job, though. Yeah.
There's a but coming.
Yeah, no, isn't there? Isn't like, yeah, like you were discussing with the compromises coming from using something like Meta, which is, yeah, it's offering so many possibilities and it's so fun to play with, but then there's also the dark side behind it, and yeah, I think this tendency to work with open source tools or with hackable systems, it's always, I think usually it's a good instinct to follow, but even then we kind of get to these kind of purity tests which nobody can actually pass, because even in open source communities there's all sorts of toxic yeah, places and people and influences, and yeah, you can get really depressed really fast if you think about it too much, so I'll stop there.
Oh man. I also agree with that, so thank you for the...
Any comments? So maybe then I'll try to weave some connections here. Maybe if I think of collective cadence, also thinking about Grigor and Simone, there's this idea of shared intimacy as well because of the this is my interpretation, so please, but to me, I saw a connection there in terms of shared intimacy, but also manipulation. So this kind of, there's a certain coziness of the audience kind of cheering together and participating together. So there's this but then this becomes kind of a manipulation as well, right? At least in my head and in the experience. So you create in your performance, this performance. It was shown in Tan's house, right? So it was shown here, but not now in this festival, but a couple of years ago. So there, it reveals a little bit of the dangers of this. So the potential to create some kind of communion, feeling of communion, right? That you're collective cadence, this idea of communion, collective communion, but then also that this communion, this feeling of communion can be manipulated and used for other means, political means or manipulation, things like that. I don't know if you see that connection there with this kind of dangers of technology.
I don't know if like intimacy or like empathy, but maybe like this idea of agency. And yeah, because the piece and the research talks about mass dances and how it relates to ideology and how is it, like how mass movement in general has been shaped by ideology or like has shaped ideologies in return. So yeah, we talk a lot about agency and also like in how we work together. We talk a lot about agency and yeah, how we address certain topics and like what is the role of technology in all of this, because now the role of technology, especially in surveillance, is growing. But yeah, I wouldn't say so much about intimacy. I mean, I haven't thought about it from this angle, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe more from this perspective. Grigore, did you feel some intimacy in our work?
I think it's interesting how you pose the question, like having something that, yeah, we never thought of it, like of transmitting it as intimacy, but you know, are you suggesting that something that is presented as intimacy has this darker side of manipulation or of surveillance or?
No, I was talking about this idea of shared intimacy. So, taking a note from Clémence's presentation, to create she talks about XR, but I think it also applies to other contexts. XR not as an empathy machine, but to create the conditions for shared intimacy through embodied interactions and audience agency. So this is what I was, this audience agency and embodied interactions of the audience. I'm thinking of the moment when they all start clapping together and this kind of thing. So this shared, not intimacy alone, but this idea of shared intimacy that you're kind of cozy together, I would say. And then this cozy together turns a bit sinister in your piece in a way, because you in my view, maybe I'm yeah, because there's kind of the shadow of political manipulation behind it.
It's kind of like that, no? It's like people getting together, building layers and layers, and then technology actually interpreting those layers and moving it to somewhere that people weren't predicting when we started with.
But I am taking some freedoms here also to tease you a little bit. I think.
I'm interested about the intimacy thing, because I feel as a dancer, performer, when I'm on stage, I obviously share intimacy. I expose myself, I share a moment, vulnerability. And in this process, I felt actually I was quite hidden, which was almost the opposite goal or interest, to create a mirror, like what is the double me, or what does it reflect, what is my internal dialogue, what is the extension of me through technology. And ended up, I felt quite hidden, like it's not hidden like we don't see me, it was not that, hidden behind a figure. And I also wonder if this technology could be a game, for sure. I think it's a part of game and joyful, but maybe it's a way, it's a question. Maybe you can hide yourself towards, with technology and not, I'm asking a question. I'm doing a panel.
I'm just going to react to what you were saying, because when we were working on the Goldsmiths mocap streamer research project, that's one of the echo we had from the dancers a lot, that during the process we were creating this kind of intimate moments of the dancers had very kind of improv tasks to be able to sense the other dancer remotely. But then when we were working on the showcase, we were thinking more about what the audience is going to see, and then suddenly the dancers were very much tools for the visuals. And then the first critique was like, I don't feel like I'm performing anymore, and I don't feel I am using all my body intelligence and all that knowledge. I feel I'm just at the service of driving this visual that will be on the screen. And I think there's a big shift in, depending on what the context is, between it might be an improv, it might be more of a game, where it is experiential, versus this is performative, and then suddenly it has to be a bit more control for like a visual. So in terms of what we were saying earlier about could there be a game, could that be used in a different way, I think there was some really interesting thinking about what is actually that digital embodiment and how much is it experiential versus just performative to achieve kind of an already predefined story.
Because maybe it's a way, actually, so we perceive this technology and what we do with, or what with the agency. Pierre was talking about that this morning, or what is the agency with this technology? We made it for something, there was a goal to make it, or how we do it. With ritual also, it was interesting. So how we proceed this technology, and maybe we refine it in a way, or I don't know, that there is another goal, another agency, that we have more time, and then it is embodied. And it is because, also I was thinking what you're doing is maybe there is a dark side, but maybe just reflect our dark side anyway, because it just would be a reflection of who we are, period. So either we take it playfully and there is this dark side, or how we take it, what we're doing with it. So, I'm trying to bounce on the empathic part and the agency.
Yeah, I think with the dark side, I think we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves. Like we were saying earlier, a lot of it is dictated by who creates or who sells the technology. So you don't have to adopt the guilt, or the responsibility from them. Like you can, because you can try to subvert that, or you can. Yeah.
There's always a confusion in my work, also when I work as an interactive artist, when I agency to the audience, what will happen with the artwork as a general. It's not something we have to research, it's something since the invention of interaction in the arts. So I have no solution for that. No, because if you give agency to the audience, also you give them the power to destroy or to distort. And that's somewhere you step out of the idea how it should look like. And so what we're trying to do is actually to say, how can a dialogue look like? But then if the avatar is not really human or like autonomous, then you have a problem, because you have pre-recorded, you have live, and then the blend of it is sometimes confusing for the audience. Okay, what's happening here?
That's
so,
what was interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting for us, but maybe not for you. I don't know. Yeah, this is also the question of a research project becoming a production, how we communicate with what you're trying to do, and also with things that are different from real time to pre-recorded. So that's a very important thing for me as a technologist artist, that I want to communicate to the audience that this is real time. Like you have a singer on stage which is singing live. It's not pre-recording, just is changing his mouth movements. So there's a huge difference between live performance and pre-recorded, but people go to technology performance and they see the same result and they don't know the difference, or they don't want to know.
Yeah. So maybe Ruth and Bruno to engage with you a little bit. So talking about this idea of empathy and and the avatar, empathy with the avatar. Maybe that's a topic that could be.
Oh, I was going to say something about the real time thing, and for the audience. So years ago we did a thing where I had a live performer on stage, and they're converted via a C++ custom program into this image on the screen. And so we did some test screenings, and the coding was really, it wasn't done by me, but it's done extremely well. So it was a very efficient system. There's zero latency from video to image. And then we showed it, and the audience were like, it's amazing how the performers can keep up with the video. do they have to practice a lot to get it so good? And we're like, oh shit. So they didn't, you know, so eventually we put in like a delay of like 100 milliseconds, right? And then they were like, oh, that's amazing. It was suddenly amazing. It was amazing. It's so good, you know. And it's like there's a kind of it's an effect, and it's whether you want to see the fact that the effect is being produced and how seamless the illusion is, or whether you want to be very sort of Brechtian about it and it's all revealed. And I don't know. But the empathy thing, probably Bruce.
Yeah, I think there's a lot in your project.
Yeah, well, ask us the question. You just sort of said empathy, Ruth and Bruno. So what do you want to know?
The idea, is it a concept you explore in your work, the concept of empathy? Because I can see, for example, in your project, the different avatars and different perceptions of the body and different kind of relations with the avatar that you can have with a change of environment, with a change of shape. For example, I think there's other topics with it.
It's so strange. Sorry, I'm obviously looking reluctant, but it's actually something that's come up, and I don't really want to answer your question particularly. But you talked about control a lot in your talk, and I'm interested in this in a way, in how much we structure things and sort of pretend that things are improv and when actually they're extremely controlled. And I'm wondering how resistant some audiences are to that control. So for me, that was something that came up in your talk. Empathy, yeah, it's an age-old thing, isn't it? And intimacy and those things, but mainly I just was thinking about control. And and how the movements of things that I've been watching are not released. They're actually really controlled. So the mind has actually decided on these choreographic or movement sequences that relate to the machine or are in conversation or in relationship to the machine. But I think where it becomes interesting is when you start messing about with it.
And you see that.
So you uncover something of yourself and then can pursue the machine's notion of that. And yeah. Because we also talked about bodies in the first, and we talk about embodiment, but we don't really talk about it. And what kind of body, you know, what body are we talking about? It's not just human bodies, there's bodies of water, you know, sorry.
Do you see, but Ruth, to pick your brain a little bit.
Well, so, you're wonderful, so you would be great to talk.
But this idea of control, do you see it related to agency to a certain degree? Or?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah. Speaking of agency, so and speaking of audience agency, so I think this is a good time to turn the mic to the audience and ask the audience. We're still in the, you know, on the topic of commenting also on Clémence's presentation and these topics I was prompting about that I picked from her presentation of intimacy, agency, and empathy. But it can be any other topic, of course, or anything else that comes to your mind. We have Jorge.
Thank you so much for your presentation, by the way. I would like if we can reflect a bit more on this idea of the this vis-a-vis of the transparency, a medium that is transparent as it just immerses you. I mean, transparency versus hypermediation, something that is often used in HCI context. So, but the main idea is that the transparency is when a medium just disappears and is fully immersed. And the other one is hypermediation, where you are just, I mean, you notice that, you notice it, the medium. So, yeah, so there is a hypermediation on that. Because our topics that I see like in different ways we were talking. So I would like if you guys can reflect a little bit from your projects, how you see that if there is, this consciousness of making certain things visible, you know, hyper-mediate certain things like aesthetic decisions. Do I show the cable or not, and so on?
Actually, very simple. When you see Christine in the motion tracking suit with the helmet, with the projection, with all the sensors around, you just see the hyper-mediation as a natural. You can't avoid it. So the audience sees a technology figure, but also a dancer. So what we try to do, very simple, we try to make it as least possible to look in the foreground. We wanted to have the dialogue between her and the avatar look natural, in quotes. We shaped it, but actually it should become more into the background. So that's actually was our intention, just to tell you what we try to do. So that the avatar and the dialogue almost looks human to communicate to the dancer, but it was never that much. It was also very much, we failed in so far that people forgot that she was actually an avatar, a technical creature. So what's it called? There's this moment in a movie that you forget that the movie is a movie. And we wanted to reach the same quality of performance dialogue. But the suspension of disbelief, exactly. We wanted to reach that little, at least a second in the performance, that people forget that this is an artificial creature. But maybe we failed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, again, for me, the relationship should have been the center, neither me or this figure. But maybe this latence, the time-space, would have been the figure. Or what we are doing was a momentum, so then an expression, an emotion, and maybe this was maybe an agency, but again, not clear, and it was over-controlled, talking about control. And I think we also try to control, I try to control my body all the time, being a body in performance all the time, which is always kind of failure that I have to accept, but accepting something with failure in technology, it's harder, because you want to accomplish something, of course, emotional, la la la. So, yeah, it was very exposed. The cable, we tried to overexpose it. Actually, looks like it was a Terminator stuff. Then we didn't know, and we tried something like Liz, which was also a failure. And then we did the basic, and we did all these layers of failure and trying, and even during the performance, we are like nervous breakdown, failure, lifetime. It was my first time lifetime this way, and it was out of control. And at the same time, I'm like, okay, well, the first time experience that was a shock. But maybe it was a great shock. So that's why now maybe I want to perceive it, to do it differently. I don't know yet how. I think I want to displace the, psychologically, to displace how I perceive these tools. I was thinking always tool, but now I'm like, partnering, relationship. So I don't know. But yeah, maybe I want to.
Yeah, well, in our piece, actually, what Jorge is saying is like the base of, like the dramaturgical base of the piece, because it's a lecture performance, and basically the text is written based on how, like, the starting point is how we try to build this, how we try to build some technological tools, where they failed, how this affected our relationship, also our working relationship, and kind of on this more kind of friendly way of introducing this, we also introduce this macro theme of mass dances and all these kind of things. So to answer to your question, I think in our process, when we realized that the technology was not working in the sense that maybe how we envisioned that is going to work, it was this moment of acceptance that we have to transform the process into the piece somehow. So also it worked really well because, I guess it worked because the format allowed it. It was a lecture performance, and this kind of allows all sorts of, biographical, autobiographical kind of processes. So, and from what we talked with the audience, the fact that we were showing, for example, the interface of what Grigore was doing, trying to be more accessible with the language or these kind of things, made the format, but also the subject that we were talking about, a bit more approachable to the audience. And yeah, I think we try to show,
Yeah, I think it's important, especially when working with AI, not to pretend that it's a black box or that it's magic, to expose kind of what you did and how it works, and to try to be truthful about it, without putting too much emphasis on it, because you risk the piece being about technology, or it being the main event. But for us, I guess the lecture performance format helped with that as well.
Yeah, as for the Marcos and my piece, it was anti-AI piece in a way, because it was designed in such a manner that dancers and participants were asked to dance in a way that the AI system is not able to recognize them. So in many ways, it was a piece meant to demystify AI. And in that regard, I always like AI-related art to try to demystify AI as some sort of magic, some sort of dark magic or something. It's always okay when people can actually see the technology. Speaking of wires, speaking of code, speaking of way, surveillance cameras work, I think it's important for these things to be visible and to be, let's say, all these mechanisms to be aestheticized in such a way to make all these invisible structures as visible as possible. And that's one of the goals of digital art, in my opinion.
Maybe to add something also concerning what you were saying about Anonymous, saying that actually it's quite amazing talking with a chatbot that people feel recognized. That for me, this demystifying thing it's quite important because also what you say about suicides and what ChatGPT, for example, kind of support through very simple email. Can you write me an email, and then at the end it's more like, can I help you write a suicide note? And there is something that I guess when you don't know what you're messing with or what you're kind of engaging, it becomes dangerous. And this is what I like about what you said, that kind of getting to know these mechanisms would help a lot. And if we would have a chance to kind of figure it out before thinking we're engaging with an empathic human, that would be quite helpful to prevent also, things such as many suicides and also court cases now that are going on. So yeah, this is what I find quite interesting now also after what you shared, and this thing of invisibility, like I don't really know how it functions, and it's seductive and quite hot to get recognized in a certain ways, and then also going to places where it crashes myself by myself, kind of. It's kind of using maybe weaknesses to kind of amplify them. So that was quite interesting for me. I don't know if it just kind of relates to some of my thoughts right now. So that's what I would like to drop. Yeah, so thanks for that.
If it didn't help you write the suicide note and it just refused, wouldn't that make you more depressed? It's like my only friend, and now it's not going to help me.
I didn't check yet, but I can try, yeah. Sorry?
Yep. Maybe from the audience, some comments, questions? We have enough.
I sometimes have the feeling that we are circling around similar questions in culture, and only the technology is changing. Because when I hear this conversation about empathy and transparency, about immersion or reflectiveness of the medium and so on, it's like I feel like we are still in the same, I mean, yeah, it's circling back into Antonin Artaud versus Bertolt Brecht, for example. It's like, do we want immersive experience and the technology to be like, I know, an alternative to real life? Or do we want to reflect the storytelling and to show it in order? But it's funny because for Bertolt Brecht, this was like the attempt to deconstruct empathy, right? Because empathy is like a tool for ideology. It's not a tool for reflective thinking. So I don't know what I want to say here, but I feel like this kind of concepts of immersion, empathy, reflective thinking are always inside the concern of creating culture.
Thank you for the question and for the comment. I think it's really valuable. I just wanted to add that yeah, this is what we're talking about. On one hand, we have intimacy. On the other hand, we have surveillance and ideology and all these political aspects. And I think they're not really separated. They're closely intertwined. You cannot really talk about ideology and surveillance and control without talking about intimacy and empathy. These things are you know, different sides of the same coin. Me, myself, personally, I come from the computer science background before moving into arts and creative stuff. And my PhD was in affective computing from the position of computer science. And by doing my research, I've discovered how easily you can manipulate human emotions through algorithms and through computation, and how easily you can turn something that we consider our most intimate sort of experience, that we, I don't know, share with others through direct messaging, or we write as personal notes, or draw, or sing, or something, how easily you can turn that into like a sort of manipulative tool for algorithms to show us certain content or to collect our data. And I think that it's most brilliantly been commented by Shoshana Zuboff in her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, where she says how surveillance capitalism uses our personal, like, human experiences, human emotions, human intimacies as free raw material for turning it into behavioral data. So basically all these corporations, all these like governments, corporations, all these players, powerful players on the tech scene, like a really, really small amount of people, how they are harvesting basically our intimacies, our emotions, our experiences, and turning into their databases, turning it into profit and private property. And more often than not, we're criticizing these technologies from this liberal perspective of like being against privacy or destroying the planet from the ecological perspective. But I think it's really, really important to understand this materialistic side of exploitation, of how basically the AI is being privatizing labor of millions of people, basically billions of people, and turning it into profit for a handful of really, really powerful people from Silicon Valley or Washington or whatever. So this is just what I wanted to add. How closely related is this topic of intimacy to the topic of surveillance and ideology?
If I may add a little I wish you a good installation of the installation. And thank you. Thank you, Ruth and Bruno. Just a comment on Einav's comment as well. And also a little bit of shameless promotion of our paper that will soon be presented at MOCO. So we actually in the paper we have coming out soon at MOCO, Movement Computing Conference 2026, and that was co-written by a few of us. Here, we make a claim that the problems that we face now with AI are not new, they're old problems, but somehow AI amplifies them in a way that, to a scale that other technologies didn't, and so it is a bit more dangerous. And so we kind of make that claim in that paper based on kind of observations we make of the works and interviews with the artists.
Yeah, it's an amplifier of all the contradictions that already exist in society. It's an ideological piece of linear algebra.
Any more comments from the audience, or I also have some provocation?
Maybe just a little question I had with AI and psychology, and also emphasizing also self-therapy. I thought AI is made, as we said before, as what you said, Jorge, as a pleasing machine. Something, huh? Psychedelic flattering machine, yeah. So how can a flattering, if you transport it into a human, flattering person be a psychologist? I would never say no, or you did bad. So how can this be progress? So this is completely contradicting the way how we think humans should be educated or maybe trained for reality, and suddenly people grown up and go back into childhood romantic ideas that everybody who's pleased me is nice to me, but everybody who says no to me is an evil person. So you see that like American policy is guided by a kid right now. So this is the worst case scenario we can have right now. And he is driven by the echo machine, and this is like, I don't know, yeah, and money.
I like what you said in your presentation, that we're forgetting to be human in a way, because yeah, this technology is also changing us, and we've been changing before kind of the wave of AI came along, and it's been exacerbating this stuff. And there is still kind of a gap between us and AIs. I mean, it's getting harder and harder to tell, but we can still tell, okay, this is AI. for me, from a, like a sort of, again, I also come from an engineering background, looking at it, the main difference, at least what I focus on, is that these machines or these AIs don't have a perception of time or of continuous existence. Like they're input-output machines, you give them a prompt or you give them something and they give you, again, usually it's super fast, they give you something in return, and then, yeah, they wait for input from your side. But even when you start working with these thinking machines, I don't know if you've had experience with agents that, I don't know, build stuff for you, like you give them something and they start thinking, and it takes them a bit, like 5 minutes but they show their work, and they sort of start developing this existence. You can imagine, and there are people researching and working on this, having AIs that are autonomous and that have a sense of their existence, like I was here a minute ago, I was here half an hour ago, and at that point, how easy will it be for us to, I don't know, distinguish our humanity from their existence?
Yeah, I think that's why we're here. I think this tense and technology, like the body, I feel is still, because this is also another body, how we consider this body, how we converse with this body, but always not forgetting this alive organic time, short time body. That is, I think, yeah, the interest of, as an artistic point of view, how we look at that and what we're doing with it. And that, yeah, I think it's where, as a mover, I always go back there, and I think it's really to address this question with this limitation.
Yeah, yeah, and I would add interactivity, like designing systems that we put ourselves in and we make the decisions how to interact.
I don't really have anything to say, but I was about to say, just jumping on the body side of things, also thing which has been mentioned this morning is a lot of those technologies are completely removing the body from the conversation, and it is language-based, but based on that removes a lot of also our knowledge and what's embodied, like the embodied knowledge we have and the way we interact with each other without the language. All the sensations that we might have in our bodies, none of that is taken into consideration through the LLMs. And I feel like this is, again, as movers, we're like, oh, we know how to balance that, but how do general public engage with that and then consider that those two things are separate?
I just want to pick up on the topic of time that Grigor just mentioned, and maybe go to Celia and her piece with Max was called Temporal Spaces. So there's the idea of time there, right? So create a kind of a connection there, and although the sense of time for AI is very different than from the human, AI is a very powerful machine to bring elements of the past. Actually, it's trained through the past, right? And in Celia's and Max's installation, so it's really a powerful example of a dialogue of the present with the past. So it captures the movement of the present and then links it to a movement of the past from the archive, from the movement archive. So I don't know, because if you thought about the topic of time in your installation, if you want to elaborate a little bit of that, of AI and time. Something.
Yeah, but I'm not sure AI help a lot in the for connecting people from the past to the present, etc. I think it's more this. We use it as a rule to create a match between different people that came in the same space but at different time. And the match work with the similarity of movement that it did in this space. But I think, yeah, it's just this simple rules that create this connection. And maybe, I'm not sure, because people can be connected in so much ways, so they just admit that, okay, I'm connected with these people randomly. It can work, I think. The specific connections that happen, it's just to discover the anonymous people, and it creates at this time like a collage and a unique moment that exists in just unique combination. And I think it's this simple emotion work without AI, but yeah, we use it, but I'm not sure it helps more than a game. And there is a game aspect in this installation. At the end, we didn't think a lot when we designed it, but when we were experimenting with other people, it creates something beautiful, I think, when people try to catch other people, to act and recreate the similarity of moment, to find another, to find the people that just saw, etc. And it creates something very interesting as with this game dimension, I think.
Yes, so the way I interpret your work is that you bring the time element, or basically you graft the time and we do the interaction, the design. We add it onto the AI because the AI itself is not, doesn't have that concept. Yeah. And yeah, so my thought is that there's things that the AI can do, like, okay, I can't draw, or I can't make a good picture. I can ask the AI to do that for me, but I can't ask it to be in the world to perceive time. But who knows, that may be also coming. So that's scary. Like, that's another thing that we might be, ceding our agency to be aware of.
Once in a while, I like to check with the audience. How are you doing there? All good? Any questions?
Yeah.
You need to sit in the middle.
Color.
He's having a divergent.
Color coding.
But I do have a question, although I'm basically should answer them. Like, I was thinking that when Modina was launched, but also like from our heated debate, I was debating a lot, and I still am, this idea of co-creating with AI, and like, what does it mean to co-create with AI? So because going through this experience, I don't really see it. I mean, I don't really see like working with AI is co-creating with AI. Like, creating means something. I mean, for me as an artist, creation and the act of creation means, I don't know, for example, everything that was talked at the panel before, but also like emotions and all these kind of things. So this is like creation. And the idea of co-creating with AI and also seeing all these pieces that we have been done, and also how we explain them, how we put our argument is like, I criticize the AI, or like I use it for this and this and this. And maybe also the vocabulary around this should change, we need to think a bit about how when we talk about working with technology or like all these kind of things, because sometimes it feels that it's like working with a person, or like with, something that has this type of, emotional or philosophical meaning. And co-creating, I think it's also like one step further, because I didn't feel that we were co-creating. I think Grigore was developing some tools. I was looking at the tools, and we had this playful way of doing it, but I don't know if the idea was like what, and I don't know, maybe also the other artists could say if you felt this idea of co-creation, or like how do you feel about this?
Thank you for the comment. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think we are using a lot of confusing language when we talk about AI. Not only the word co-creating, many other words that we use that are automatically ascribing agency to something that basically doesn't have it, or we're not sure whether will it have it one day or not. And as for myself, I don't like using the word co-creation when I use these tools in my work. But even if I use the word co-creation, I would consider it not that I'm co-creating with an AI as an autonomous entity, more that I'm co-creating with these millions of people whose behavioral data has been part of the training data for AI. Because AI itself has been, you know, alienating labor from millions of other people, billions, tens of thousands, doesn't matter how, a lot of people. You need to have a training data in order to have the AI. And in order to have a valuable training data, you need to have tens of thousands, millions of people actually doing something, collecting this data from these people and then training AI upon this data. So when I'm working with AI, I feel like I'm co-creating with all these millions of people whose work has been somehow been comprised within these training data sets. Against their, well, unknown to them, or but anyway, it's been, you know, privatized by these corporations. This is the problem that I have with it. And this is a classic, you know, problem of, you know, the alienation of labor and the fetishization of certain things. Like we believe that the value exists in these things, not actually in the labor and in resources that have been invested into these things.
I think I also like this challenging of the vocabulary of co-creation, because I don't know how many of us have used that in our accrediting, but surely online there are people who do say not created like by using the tools of blah, 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 but as if the AI tool was some sort of true collaborator. And like discussing the semantics of this, I think the big difference is that in using such tools, they are, I mean, coming back to the discussion we had in the first round of conversation as well, it comes back to, I think, disagreement, in that those tools are there to like approve of your idea, first of all, and then maybe help you achieve those ideas. So if anything, it is almost just outsourcing a task to somebody who you are not putting in a position to challenge or discuss your true concrete seed ideas. So anybody you're actually consider co-creator, someone who would also say, well, I think that's shit, back to the beginning, but AI will never say that. You know, they'll say like, oh, well, if you want to do that, that's a great idea. We can do this. In fact, I can even do this. Exactly, and I think like
ChatGPT never told me that my idea was bad.
Exactly.
I always have great ideas for ChatGPT.
It's weird because you can say, you can ask, like, you can, yeah, I don't know, did you try that? But it could be a kind of no bullshit mode.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, you can ask it to be like extremely critical, but I just mean like, you know, having seen the collective cadence from Simon and Greg, and that their friction between each other is the core of the piece. That could not happen. I mean, maybe it could happen in a sort of weird analogy with AI too. I mean, it's part of their discussion in the piece, but like that, the artwork comes from this not seeing eye to eye, I think is quite valuable, and you cannot equate that in any same category, maybe some different category, but yeah, I don't know, I think this word choice is extremely important.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll jump in. That also made me think a lot about what is the role of the AI in that co-creation. And I think what's really interesting is the AI is trying to reproduce the the human input in that co-creation. And that just made me think of what I used to do with more generative visuals and kind of procedural kind of techniques, where I was kind of doing a bit of R&D around, can I generate choreography? But back then I was doing things, I think, in processing, where I was kind of just making a little skeleton. It was literally a bunch of segments, but just getting it to draw shapes. And then I was playing then with, can I generate choreography out of that? But this is a form of collaboration with the machine, but I wasn't asking the machine to give it to me straight away. There was like this whole process of translating it to the body and to what I wanted to do with it, and then that iterations, and also having that control over, I made this little tool that I wanted to play with, where all of that gets completely removed if we're just using existing LLMs and existing tools versus creating your own training data that you're already kind of nurturing that collaboration with, and what is the data I'm working with, and then I just want to play around with what that's going to generate, and I think that process is a little bit different as well. So it's like, at what point is the collaboration, because that could be really fun just to experiment with that kind of theory of like chance and control, like how much glitch is coming out, how much kind of production is coming, that can be part of the process. But if we're just taking, oh, the AI is trying to be a collaborator as another human being, this is much harder to kind of challenge and then translate this into your practice.
Yeah, and just to bounce on that, I'm trying to shake a bit my way to conceive that too, because I'm also like thinking this way, and I think it's very Western to just put the tool as a tool, but maybe I'm trying to think it, okay, like an Eastern way, maybe this object as a spirituality, or maybe it's, like an Eastern, okay, this rock is something, maybe this AI, or how I can displace, no, but seriously, how I can displace my way also to perceive this thing, right? Without, maybe I fool myself. Sorry. Maybe I fool myself, but I'm just trying, I want to test that.
But
I want
why?
to test that, like some people get married with AI, because I want to see, is there any other perspective? Because putting just in this in adversity, in binary way to conceive it, maybe it's also something we loop around and we put ours. I mean, I'm trying to kick my ass on this subject.
I'm thinking as a choreographer now, like, because also this contains dance, like it's half of the thing. So, for example, if you have a task like in their work in which like the body has to do something so that it tricks this, so the movement comes from this and from this tension and from this conflict. But then if I'm like having like a choreographic assistant, or like I use AI as a generator for movement, why would I do that? Because, I mean, how can, okay, AI can work with this process of cognition and everything, maybe dramaturgical stuff, I don't know, maybe in the sense of word structures and things like this. But in the sense of movement and composing movement and generating movement, which is very much related to also this biological thing, like why I'm just trying to understand why would people use AI, but not only AI, all these mechanisms, like these technologies to create it.
I have a perfect example, because I saw something quite recent, let's say last night, and what was really interesting for me is that at the beginning of the piece that Liz and Pierre did, there was a part of dancing that it felt really, it's movement, but it's very hard to classify in a way. Later we get kind of a point that it was supported by AI and kind of resource from Liz's movement, as I understood. Maybe you can explain closer, but the effect on me was totally new. Like I was also trying to, I saw many dance pieces, but the attention and attitude and also movement was out of my register. And this was something that I felt it was quite powerful to see, because still it's a human being dancing and still it's choreography. And I felt it was quite necessary for me to see it.
Yeah, but from what Liz was saying last night, because I think at the end when she kind of turned this around, and she said but it took me 20 days to kind of learn this material, and I kind of thought about that material from this perspective of how much time she invested in the process of learning a movement phrase that was actually generated from your cognition as well, right? It was something like this.
Yes. To back up, and maybe Leo can also speak to it, but we and also to comment on it, that the data, when you're talking about all the millions of people, there was just one person in our model. It was just my data and the data of the work of Pierre and I for 10 years. And we created this avatar based on my movement, and it generated tons and tons of material. And we could still, with Leo, in the work of Sarah and Leo, Koray could continue to generate as much Liz as we would want, as much, and we could share it with the world, we could have tons of choreography. But it was up to Pierre and I as choreographers to curate and to choose and to edit and create something that was what I talked about, the 7-minute phrase. Some of it is, we see glimpses of our repertory for a moment that sometimes resembles something we made. Most of the time it resembles nothing, like what you're saying, Marco. It's I don't even know how to do what it is doing. And that was the fun part. What was the question of this morning of what keeps us going? What keeps us going is because I can never do it. And even now, I spent 100 hours learning it to just do the premiere, but every time I do the show or do a run through, I have to spend at least 20 minutes with Koray, with this 3D thing, because I keep seeing more and more information that I didn't see before. And so that means not that I just want to get more and more information, it's that my body can no longer, I cannot do the movement unless I continue to watch the thing, because it's never fully digested into my body, because the movement doesn't belong to me. It's not a dance phrase where I could be 5, 6, 7, 8, go. It escapes me all the time, what you're saying, Marco, and Sarah was just saying that it's in postmodern art or dance, it's what we're trying to do. It's what haven't we seen before? What is and when you're saying also the word tools, this is giving me access to something that I wouldn't have access otherwise. And this questions of ethics, it's just my data, it's no one, it's how can I, sorry for my French, but fuck with what I know to create something and do something that is always going to escape me. So I'm always on stage, and you talk about error and being wrong. I'm always doing it wrong. I'm never going to do it right. Mm-hmm. It's oof, and I can get this little thing that I totally missed, and that arm doesn't go there at all. It goes here. Okay, it's forever. And as long as this piece can be performed, it'll still. And it's a lot of the work that Pierre and I do of something that is forever. That then we can be witnessed doing that, because that's life, right? So. It's part of the...
So can I bounce on that? This is an opportunity, for example, that this can be a space of interpretation for another, whatever it is, a being, and a time, space, spirituality, whatever, and that create a state, and a state for maybe, so you mirror, you get into it, but maybe also shifting through this unknown place that you can never reach, or can be, and etc., etc. So it can be also something that you dig in for a response. And I was thinking maybe I'm going to start to dance with robots, but not just to do little robots, maybe a dude or something, and how I'm going to experience that, and what's going to be, and I don't know, but I think there is a lot to reframe, or yeah.
I just wanted to say about this kind of co-creation that it threw me back to the question of copyright immediately, because when I prepared my my presentation today, immediately I gave a credit to the ChatGPT, right? Because I didn't write its writing, so I wanted to give it a copyright. And it's something about dance and copyright and this kind of knowledge in commons and the common spaces and copyrights that somehow the copyrights is dismisses. But it's also sometimes about our embedded culture, and that's why I asked it in the end how your knowledge is embedded, because it's patterns of many users and so on. So it is embedded, but also our knowledge is embedded, because also what is feeling comfortable in my body is during lots of classes and techniques that developed by other choreographers and other teachers and so on. So my agency is somehow the failure of all these techniques and how they are assembled in my own private body. And I feel about my presentation today that it's a huge plagiat, in a way. It's like I'm building on Dore Hoyer, I'm building on ChatGPT, and so on. But the playfulness and how I play with it, this is the creative mode, this is my agency in it, because it's not plagiat in the end, right? It's knowledge created in this context, although it is built on so many other layers of knowledge. But our creation is always built on so many other layers of knowledge.
I wanted to go back to that question of why of Simona, but also to make a distinction between the different models out there, because obviously they're very different. Like if I'm thinking about Celia's piece, you guys are using movement recognition, right? These are not like deep learning models or generative models. The model that we used is also based on a lot of heuristics. It learns from one piece of Trisha Brown every time. It's very different from, for example, Rave that you guys used, or LLMs that are based on the internet, or the model that Leo built, who is a smaller model that you can train in the lab or in the studio. And then you have all these diffusion models that's completely different. And then the nature of the data and the nature of the agency that you have over the data that you curate is extremely different. And so it is true that we tend, especially when we're in panels and everything, to speak about AI across all of these things. Is that as if we're speaking about computation across all these possibilities, and it actually really varies. So I want to just point out that the levels of agencies and control and co-creation and possibilities are very different from one to the other across all that spectrum of models just out there. Because yeah, for example, gesture recognition has been out there for a long time, and we've played with it for 20 years, trying, to recognize Laban effort and what's not, and and then the whole diffusion models are kind of, at the platformization level, are kind of 3 years old, and they allow very different things. And I think that what you were pointing out of this person, this is all my data, is a very good distinction out there, because you could train it, and then you could spend your 20 days kind of curating it, relearning it, and it makes the tool of a completely different nature. So that was something I wanted to put out there. And for me, the why is a very important question. I think instead of, most of the time we're asking how can I do this, how can I do that, and then we forget about the why. And I think the why dates way before AI, right? Because the history of contemporary and modern dance, or Western forms at least, we can speak of those, is a history of certain extreme, obsessive search of novelty and what the body can do with others in space, and whatever could allow that to happen was something that choreographers will pick on, like probes, objects, a dice, whatever they could do to find novelty or ways in which that body can be disrupted is something they or we would experiment with. And I think, Liz, this is what you're pointing out to, this AI being able to disrupt you
push you in a way, allow you to do things that you didn't think you could do, right? And I think that's where the why is somehow interesting, and there's potentiality in there, despite all the crazy mess and yeah, etc.
In the spirit of what you said, it's also eventually it gets you to question who yourself are, because I feel like we're making a lot of statements or opinions about AI, and as you said, like I second that 3,000 person that we're talking about AI in a very, and everybody's, I mean, a lot of people have said that, but there's tons of different realities, and it's a bit sometimes like, yeah, we're talking about computation, but it's so different things, but also eventually what I find the most interesting is when it gets you to question your own nature. And, you know, like we can say, oh, the AI is this and that, it's good, it's bad, but also I feel there's a lot of our automatisms and our assumptions and beliefs and stories that we have about ourselves that I think are, I mean, I felt that's our job as artists, like to really question, tension, deconstruct that, and I felt like instead of, you know, having this sort of like already made idea about humanity, I mean, even agency, like there's a lot of very smart people that question in a very pointed way if we even have like free will, like, you know, like, I mean, where is it in your body? Like, how does that operate? So there's all kinds of very vertiginous questions that I think using those tools can open up and stimulate, and yeah, eventually that's also coming back to you full in a renewed way. So it's not so much about using a tool, it's about like continuing to research what you don't know about yourself or the world or the environment or what it is to be alive or whatever. And so.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I'm afraid we need to close very, very soon the panel. If there's I see Uroš maybe, okay, if you have any last brief comment, maybe you want to comment?
No, I just want to thank you for your comments and additions. I think that they're great. I agree with everything you said.
Oh, surprising, yeah. So I would like to thank the panel and the wonderful audience for the lively discussion. And yeah, we will continue. Yes, Chris, you want to add something?
Thank you, Nuno, and also thanks us, Merevi, about the wonderful experience we had for years. Thank you. And wish you good luck for the third phase, for the last one.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. So, yeah, it's not over. I mean, it's kind of a closing, but the closing continues. So we have we have now the lecture performance by Charlotte at 4:30. Now, I take just a couple of minutes to, sorry, 35? 35, yeah, 4:30. Okay, 35, okay. 20 minutes. 5 minutes, yeah. So, so we have the Charlotte's performance here, so don't go too far, because it will be soon here. I just take a couple of minutes to picking up on Chris's kind words to talk a little bit about the next phase or the next project that we have in store. And please stay for the exhibition as well. There's the installation by performance by Liz Vares and Tavet Jansen. Later, Baby, and tomorrow more activities. Nino continues, Still Moving continues. So thank you very much to everyone, and please stay with us a little bit longer. Yeah, thank you. I would just like to introduce a little bit. Like I said, this is not really an ending because it's the closing of MODINA, but there's a new project coming up called MOVIDA, and well, MOVIDA, glad you asked. So MOVIDA is a movement and virtual intelligence for development and accessibility of artists and audiences. And it partly continues some topics of MODINA, and quite a few of the partners of MODINA will continue with us. And I take the opportunity also to present a little bit what's coming up as the first activities of MOVIDA. So in terms of topics, we continue with AI, but kind of nuancing the AI and focusing on kind of the embodiment of AI through virtual agents and then real or physical agents through robotics, right? So, and we also have themes, so we want to challenge the participants, the future participants in MOVIDA, to think of how to use these techniques and these technologies to build capacity for artists, to think of how these technologies can be connected to accessibility. We talked about mental health here, and Clémence mentioned that, so that's a topic that we want to develop as well, the idea of embodiment, mental health, and how AI can be helping rather than obstructing mental health. And we of course still have quite of a highlight in audience development. So the topic of audience interaction, which was very present in MODINA, is less foregrounded in MOVIDA, but of course it's also an important topic for us. So what distinguishes MOVIDA from MODINA in terms of the activities? Well, we still have residencies, we still have showcases such as this one, but we introduce labs in the first year, which are 2 weeks, or more precisely 8 days of exploration and research and pedagogy as well. So we will have, in the end of this year and in the beginning of next year, 4 labs here in Düsseldorf, in Tallinn, in Lisbon, and in Bucharest. And these labs will be kind of a collaboration between the academic institutions in these countries, in these cities, and the dance centers, where the first 4 days will be more based on master classes with guest lecturers around these topics. And then the second half of the lab will be more research, in studio-based research, and academic partners will assist with the technical part of the exploration that the artists want to conduct. So we will, again, sorry for the sleepiness of the monitor. We will, each lab will be open to 8 artists, so that's 32 artists in total. And we're gonna have a call coming out in end of May, beginning of June, something like this. So please, those of you interested in applying, please check our Instagram, our Facebook, which will quite certainly be migrating from MODINA to MOVIDA. And we have a mailing list, which will be kept from MODINA as well. We will have a new website, but it's not online yet. So the project starts on the 1st of April. And again, I would like to acknowledge the support of the EU through the Creative Europe program, which will carry us till March 2029. Okay. So I think that's it. But if you have any questions about Movida, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah.
How many artists are involved? Yeah, can you explain a bit of the framework of that?
Thank you. So we will follow a bit the same model of Modina, that we will open the call to duos, to be confirmed, but quite certainly it will be a similar project, so a similar approach. So in Modina, the call was open to duos, and these duos should have competences in dance and also in creative technologies, right? Let's give an example. So there'll be a lab here in Düsseldorf, for example, right? And there'll be a call, and we will take in Düsseldorf 4 duos. That will be 8 artists, okay? Each lab will have, there will be a nuance of topics to these 4 labs, and in the form that you'll have to pick which lab you're applying to. Is it the one in Germany? Is it the one in Portugal or Estonia or Romania? And yeah, then you'll take part in the lab, and there'll be another call for residencies. That will be in year 2. Different call. There'll be a different call in year 2. And that call for residencies will be open to 10 artists, so 5 duos. There's going to be 5 residencies in these countries that I mentioned, plus Bulgaria, in Sofia. There'll be another residency there. In sequence, more in sequence than in parallel, but they're independent in terms of the call. Yeah, in terms of the call. Yeah. It could be that the same artists reapply and they will continue. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There will be 2 different calls. Yeah. Did I answer your? The residency? So the lab will not have any artistic or output that is requested of the artist. It's just a research exploration phase of 2 weeks. Sorry? The first week more pedagogical, the second week more exploratory. This is a bit, I'm simplifying a bit, but this is a bit like that. The first week will be in the university, will be more master classes and these kind of things. The second week, there will be more free exploration by these duos. And they can ask for assistance from the academic staff, right? There won't be any goal. The goal will be set by the duo in their application, what they want to explore. I think it is more like an exploratory goal. Yeah. There will be, the master classes will be defined a priori, so we will have to define the master classes before. But the exploration is open, yeah? And in the residencies, it will be more like the residencies of Martin.
Okay, so welcome back to the last part of this symposium, and I would like to give you kind of framing what you will see. In 2018, we hosted our first digital dance lab at Tanzhaus within a project called MOCA, and there we explored synergies between art and technology. And that was where we met Charlotte, a young dancer and choreographer, freshly graduated from Cologne University of Media Arts, and open-minded and eager to combine both worlds in new ways. And she arrived in our team with a bold idea, a dance piece with robots, with a swarm of robots. And also she tried to convince me that the tango argentino is the only true tango. Together we worked at the Spheres Robot Project and also at KIN in the AR dance piece you can also experience in the Modina exhibition. And during COVID, she wrote a script, performed with me in a TED talk on post-human bodies in the digital age, also produced as a video talk in 2021. And for myself, I did my PhD in the 90s, a long time ago, with real AI. At that time, intelligent agents, fuzzy logic, and constrained logic programming, but I was really a bit disappointed from the impact of AI. But Charlotte pushed me to revisit deep learning and large language models applied to the human body. And that led to her work on precious camouflage that was co-produced by and premiered at Tanzhaus 2 years ago. And it was also shown at ZKM and at the theater in Mülheim. Yeah, right, that was it. And last year also, she gave a scientific talk at Ars Electronica at the Expanded conference about the technology and the theory behind this piece. And at the end of last year, Charlotte was invited to present the full piece she developed, produced also by us, at a major AI and culture conference. But the full production was way too big and also too costly for a conference setting. And then she had the idea to propose a performance lecture, clearly like a scientific talk, but also to experience the art. And that's what a great success. And now, for the first time in English, she will present this to you, an international expert audience. So we would like to welcome Charlotte and team. So now here. Please join me in.
In August 2022, I asked artificial intelligence a question. What will the dance of the future be? The answer was mind-bending and gravity-defying. Dance that twists the mind and suspends gravity. That was fascinating and unsettling. A system trained with millions of images claims to know what our future looks like. How does it know that? Where does this knowledge come from? Who decided which images it was allowed to see? Does it know what dance is? How did it come to this understanding? I work as an artist with dance and technology because I believe it must be done. Not because technology is the future, it already is. But because I believe that art has to say and contribute something to this development that no one else can. Art can ask questions that often remain unasked within political and scientific contexts. Art and artistic research can make visible what is hidden inside algorithms. My work examines where spaces of agency exist, for dancers and for systems. How peace can be built that leaves room for both, and what working with technology reveals about us as humans, now and in the future. Today, I would like to show you an attempt to bring dance and AI into dialogue. Dance is a language, and I mean that quite literally. When I develop a choreographic phrase, it is not a random sequence. It is a statement, a sentence with syntax. For each piece, I develop its own grammar, its own vocabulary. One step belongs to a system of meanings that only emerge within the context of the work. Saying that dance is a language also means that movement connects to knowledge and produces new knowledge. Not only knowledge about something, but knowledge through something, a bodily knowledge that might not be translatable into words, yet within its own grammar is precise and complex. Who among you interacted with an artificial intelligence recently? Many of us have. The question is, have we asked ourselves how these systems see us? By which categories they sort us? When I stay and move in front of this camera, the system generates an output. Performing arts, 82%. Pajamas, 57%. Acting, 53%. This classification appears as an observation, but it also functions as assertion. AI does not produce uncertainty. AI produces certainty through probabilities. It does not only describe, it indicates and prescribes what is allowed to become visible. It does not recognize grammar or production of meaning. It compares and works from its training material. The philosopher Karen Barrett calls this intra-action. Things do not exist independently. They become what they are in relation. Between us, the camera, and the systems, such a configuration emerges in every frame. But the configuration is asymmetrical. The system intervenes without taking responsibility. They turn a breathing, sweating, hesitating body into a list of probabilities shaped by the images and content on which it was trained. But this list is not neutral. It carries the assumption of its data. Who was photographed? Who appeared as the norm? Who appeared as deviation? We live post-digital lives. The boundary between real and online does not exist anymore. Both are equally real, equally effective. In this constellation, one question becomes central. How much control do we have over our own visibility? Over how we're captured and represented? This is what I mean when I speak of agency. Precious Camouflage, the dance piece to which this lecture performance refers to, is a 60-minute piece for 4 dancers and 4 live AI systems. The research investigates exactly this tension between dance, body politics, and AI. Precious, valuable. Camouflage, disguise as strategy. There are moments when the body withdraws from technological capture through what cannot be translated. This is not a weakness, but a resource, a form of empowerment against surveillance. And this is the starting point for what now follows. May I introduce to you, this is Misha Osterrath and this is Felicia Nilsson. Today they will join me in presenting parts of this research. They will show phrases and break down principles, and they will compose life, responding to what is shown to them by the AI and from our shared space. Here you see 4 AI systems reacting to us in real time. A system that tags, it outputs probabilities. And a system that describes, it translates the stage event into textual language. A system that illustrates, it generates new images from this description. And a system that sees water, it interprets movements as fluids. These 4 systems form a chain, a loop. What the camera sees is analyzed, is described, is redrawn, and is fed back. And between them, human bodies that respond, that play, that withdraw, that reveal parts of our research. I want to show you a few intertwinings of AI principles and dance, through which we ask, how do bodies and systems translate each other? How does movement become knowledge? And then we will invert this question, who is allowed to become visible, and what remains invisible? Before we can move, we must have learned. Every body carries its history, a living archive. Misha, can you show us a movement you've brought from your past? Something that is stored in your body? Felicia, what is a movement from your past? What you're seeing now are two archives, two compressed biographies in form. Misha develops a method to reach maximum physical performance with minimal muscular effort. Felicia specializes in developing new movement qualities through improvisation techniques. She comes from a very different movement world. The AI also has an archive, a data set, and it too has learned through repetition, millions of images, analyzed again and again, classified, matched with patterns, corrected by feedback. Basically, both archives work the same way. Through repetitions, patterns emerge, internalization, and eventually retrievability. Both learn through training. Both store experience. Both can access their archive when needed. If we now swap their movements, Misha interprets Felicia's position through Misha's archive, and Felicia interprets Misha's position through hers. And the AI, it interprets both positions through its archive. All three, Misha, Felicia, and the AI, actually the AIs, do the same thing. They compare the new with the known. They look for patterns. They produce an answer based on their history. The interesting question is not just how do these archives differ, but whose archive is heard. In the precious camouflage setup, 4 human archives and 4 algorithmic archives work together or against each other. Sometimes they complement, sometimes they contradict. Often the AI interprets something the dancers didn't mean or the other way around. Both archives produce knowledge and statements. Much power lies in determining which knowledge counts. Do you remember at the beginning I told you that I asked an AI what the dance of the future would look like? And its answer was mind-bending and gravity-defying. I took these words and fed them back into the AI. Show me what that looks like. And the AI generated images based on its understanding. It drew bodies bending in anatomically contradictory ways, limbs extending in multiple directions at once, spines rotating impulsively. We tried to translate that speculation into movement. From these images, we developed a phrase, a choreography that attempts to embody what the system imagines. What happened in this pat my back phrase is another feedback loop between embodiment and speculation. The AI speculated about the future based on its dataset, based on its past. We translated this speculation into movement and wove in movements from our own archive. And now the AI analyzes this movement again. But it does not recognize the movement as its own speculation. We can work with speculation, take an idea, discover what is possible, work with it. AI generates images but does not experience the consequences of its own proposals. But for Misha and Felicia, this movement is now part of their archive. They can repeat it, change it, play with it. They now know what it means to be mind-bending. Do you see what happened? My input was filtered through Misha's body, through archive, technique, interpretation. Felicia took Misha's interpretation and passed it through her own filter. And the AI analyzed each version, but it sees no chain. It sees 3 separate events. The telephone principle functions here as a research instrument. In Precious Camouflage, we used this principle as a choreographic method. After several iterations, the phrase becomes so transformed that it is barely recognizable, yet filled with layers of meanings and connections. The phrase grows. Everybody adds something, removes something, emphasizes something new. We produce meaning through layering, quoting, referencing, misunderstanding. This camera continuously records. The eye continuously analyzes. This means we are constantly observed, constantly classified, constantly translated into categories. Misha and Felicia can deliberately perform for the camera and give it what it supposedly wants. If they wanted to withdraw, they would have to do the things the AI cannot process. This is much harder. The power to have this choice is agency, the capacity to act. It does not mean Misha and Felicia win against the AI. It means they can decide when and how they are visible. Every technological system that captures bodies, surveillance cameras, facial recognition systems, fitness trackers, decide what counts as a body, what counts as movement, what is visible, what is noise. And these decisions are not neutral. They are based on training data that prefers certain body types, upright, normatively shaped bodies. Those who move differently, slower, unpredictable, outside learning patterns become illegible or misread. Here's where art and its political dimension enters. Art is allowed to ask this question. Art can withdraw. Art can turn the system's misunderstanding into its principle and treat the non-functional as richness. Precious camouflage means the ability to protect aspects of one's existence, because visibility is not an obligation, it is a choice. While developing precious camouflage, I encountered such a boundary of agency. I worked with image-generating AI systems to create visualizations of dancers in various situations with various bodily states. I told the AI, show me dancers that are drooling. And the AI refused. It said, and I quote, creating imagery that may depict individuals in a degrading manner, such as showing dancers drooling, is not aligned with respectful representation. Let's read that again. Creating imagery that may depict individuals in a degrading manner, such as showing dancers drooling, is not aligned with respectful representation. What the AI is saying with this is there are correct bodies and there are incorrect bodies. There are appropriate bodies and there are inappropriate bodies. And this boundary, this moral boundary, is built in the data set, in the decisions of developers, in cultural norms. Some bodily states are depictable, others are not. The AI reproduces the cultural ideal, the controlled body. When this norm is embedded into systems that are used everywhere, it will take effect. Then bodies that drool become invisible or marked as deviant, as something that must be corrected. This affects people with neurological conditions, babies, older people, people sleeping, eating, having sex. All of these bodies fall outside of what the AI considers respectful. What is happening here is uncertainty. The AI cannot categorize it. It produces uncertainty. And this uncertainty is valuable because it reveals the boundary. The boundary, what technological systems can capture or want to capture, and what a body is. This boundary runs along bodily fluids, along permeability, along moments in which a body reveals that it is not closed, not controlled, not discrete. The anthropologist Mary Douglas would say, bodily fluids are matters out of place. They destroy the illusion of a closed, controlled body. AI has inherited this logic, built into its data, reinforced by content moderation, reproduced in every image it generates or refuses to generate. This is a social, this is an ethical issue. If systems that participate in decisions about loans, borders, skin colors, or job applications have a normative idea about what a respectable body is, everyone else is excluded. In Precious Camouflage, we place this scene at the center of the piece. It's called Ocean of Spit. The dancers drool and spit and wipe and create a lake of water on the stage. They perform exactly what the AI refuses. It is an act of self-assertion. It says this body, with all its fluids, permeability, and uncontrollability, is valuable and worthy of protection as human. It also means the ability to preserve aspects of one's existence that cannot be coded. This is a research process, an investigation of how bodies and systems confront each other. At the beginning, I told you that the AI speculated that movements of the future would be mind-bending and gravity-defying. But what we have developed here shows also something else. The future of movement does not lie in behaving like machines or systems. It does not lie in ever more virtuosity or ever more perfect control. It lies in knowing the spaces in which we can decide when we are translatable and when we are not. Earlier we called this interaction. We become through our relations in the now. We are not the same as we were in the beginning of this performance. Neither are you. You have watched. You are now part of this configuration. The question for us is, what do we do now with this knowledge?